as we are once again alive upon the internet. And we appear to be alive on both internets. Sure, I changed all the titles and set it to public, and bitrates are going everywhere. Also, let's make sure that the audio is fine. Yep. Let's jump in on this character we'll be using a bunch today. Because as the title says, we're gonna do Umbra build showcase. I wanted to add one thing to the build picture before we take it in there. As yeah, of course, we're gonna show it with the
safe area detected.
Exodus. For a second there, I was about to say unisex gloves, which, you know, they are unisex, but but they're the Exodus gloves. But then for that, we want to have the picture of the mask, and this for the build picture. Here, let's do that. Glue. Let's put the name above it. Just as alternate version, because yeah, that's literally one that we're gonna run. And then maybe let's also do Petrov backpack. And an MG5. As well. Just as alternate options. Like that. Oh, looks good. Let me catch up here. And either Manly and I'm guessing a certain bread-based person has been talking about me. I really like the Exodus gloves, and all my Red Striker solo build provides a nice get out of jail free card. I like to for solo play. Same here. I've been enjoying them here and there. And now that they're full red, it's not a big loss. And we're actually going to include them as one of the versions we're going to run for the Umbra here. I'm going to first show it, though, the normal or the other way, basically, and then... Because I haven't really, per se, yeah, as always with these, I haven't really decided what I'm going to go do with it. We'll likely do some bounty and then follow it up with some... something else, just other things. Where's that LNG here? I'll equip this to start with, and then because also yeah, I still haven't really decided where I want to do the intro. Thing is, the theme of it is night, Umbra. I was thinking maybe just Coney. The amusement park, and then just the dark was there. Yeah, it's dark. Just because it's dark. But it has a cool area where there's like, well, basically the fairground area. But this is an amusement park, right? Yeah, because that leads you there and then to the boss fight. Yeah. So let's go get set up there in that mission. Oh, yeah. We'll go get set up and then we'll basically get started. Oh, also actually, man, totally forgot. Let's make folder already. So 25M03D06 underscore Umbra showcase. When was our last showcase? It's been forever, I feel. Because it was the Pesty, I think, right? It has to be the Pesty, so that's like... yeah. 12th of 11, so... let's actually grab the description file and a thumbnail file for this. Put them there already. Let's rename this Umbra. Should just be continuously doing better with getting showcases up more consistently, because there's a ton of showcases I still want to do. Part of me is also like, I might run out, but honestly I'm not really in that danger of that. Also, this will be good. This will be me warming up a minute.
Take care of it. I'm going after Keener, and the last thing I need is some other fucking agent in my way.
Understood, ma'am.
Because then also, I was thinking we do the intro out there, and then we do the outro here, so we don't have to go as far. That was the best I came up with. Because here we'll do it maybe in front of like this monster thingy.
Ma'am, the division managed to extract Chernenko. We've lost the asset. We'll
No,
retrieve him later.
I won't care about loot now.
Focus on Keener. What about the deal, ma'am? Fuck the deal. Fuck Chernenko and fuck
We'll have the
you.
objective too.
Keener is the objective.
Just get her done. Also, I could have set the game to normal. Just got it there quick. Well, that's why actually I don't hate this, maybe. But this is maybe just too dark and depressing.
I don't see him. I need to ditch these.
I think I spotted Dolores and a patrol moving toward the Ferris wheel. A number of Black Tuskers staying behind on the street. Looks like a trap.
A trap, you say? How to the... all the time I'll look versus striker. What does the DPS numbers look like? We'll look at that in a second. I can tell you up front that it's Umbra at full blast versus an obliterate striker. The obliterate striker wins pretty clearly at 100 stacks. But then what Umbra gets to do is, yeah, charge up before combat starts. So you start a little bit.
Medical assistance needed.
You know, you start the combat at full strength, kind of. Just gonna wait for a shot, but apparently that wasn't in the cards. Let's get out of there before the thing comes in. But yeah, it's not. That's also going to be basically the starting sentence when we start discussing this thing. Is just, it's going to start with, this thing isn't better than Striker, but it's different. That's sometimes enough. Sometimes it's enough to just be enough of a new thing that you can... Wait, I set something on fire. My health gauge is still not back, likely, so... That would have been me down if... That's a sniper dog. Can I get in cover? Thank you. So I'm kind of making a mess out of this. I'm doing a decent job of having all my shot speed bonus. So that's not too bad.
Vital signs critical.
Dolores is moving through the haunted house up ahead.
What?
I'll keep an eye on the outside.
What exploded
Be
behind
careful,
me?
Agent.
But yeah, we'll look at the exact numbers and stuff kind of. Okay, that's one of the things we prepared, which is spreadsheet comparing it between itself and Strikers specifically. Because of course Strikers is the main competition, of course. And hey, there's our indeed we are back. Actually, yeah, let's screw loot. Or maybe we do it in this part. Just the haunted house part. Because actually I was like this. Like I was been meaning to use this for something because I kind of like it. Why we did that? Because yeah, Umbra being kind of shadow or darkness kind of related.
System malfunctioning.
We'll use the moon. Yeah, maybe this is even something I like better than.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of
I looked back there and I was looking for somebody that was person shaped, and then I saw something mini tank shaped. Yeah, let's just play it safe here. Okay, we're health gated. We lost our hive. It's a good thing the drone on these guys, it used to like hit you like that and would shock you. They removed the shock component from it. Yeah, let's use this room, but let's clear out this room to begin with.
I could do this all day. We lost the guy.
Yeah, deconstruct, thank you. Anyway. Oh, that's the downside. There's gonna be all these sounds the whole time here. I don't hate this as just a visual. This kind of cuts out the sounds mostly anyway. I don't hate this as like the starting piece shot. Yeah, let's just use this place here. I was gonna actually use the playgrounds kind of, but yeah, actually this makes more sense. I forgot about this area even. And hey, there's see, indeed, cinema, videography. So let's also make sure that all of these work. And then let's just start with an intro. Because I kind of like the dark there, and then, yeah, revive hive and the back and the thing glowing. Can I actually wait? Can we do this? Might be even better. A little bit more wide, and then. Yeah, I don't like how stretched that looks. Also, we see the edges of the board there. So. Does where does this reach, kind of? Maybe a little bit more back. Oh, some God rays going on there when we get it right. Actually, oh, it drops the God. Ah, that's interesting, actually. Drops the God rays when you actually get too close there. Because it doesn't dare, but then drops them if you get too close. Huh. Also, what we even could do is, I don't do it often, but even drop exposure. Because I kind of like the twigs here as well, kind of as a foreground element in the corner. Yeah, why not? You can also clearly see that it's a Lexington, just because only the Lexington glows like that. Although, well, this is the blue one, so yeah, let's start setting up for this. Let me catch up on one last time here on the chat before I jump into here, because, and then yeah, once we start recording, I'll respond to the chat in between the segments, so it might take a minute. Let me already as well try to see if the hard disk is willing to accept files. It is. Okay. Turbo, this selects running 30% accuracy on this Lexington for striker build for going 5% crit chance mod. What are your thoughts? He says it makes it feel so much better and can really hit as much shots so much better. If you have a really good aim and you feel like, actually, even if you feel that it helps you, it's gonna help you. To me, I generally just run all of the crit chances and stuff because I feel putting in accuracy mod, because yeah, accuracy would be the only one I would do, because the stability you can kind of, that's recoil basically. You can always attune, like change it a little bit for that, or like make it so that, you know, you can practice your recoil control. Accuracy you can't do much about without mods. So I personally though still would prefer the crit chance mods, especially if you're running it on striker and stuff. But for instance, more so here, because this set doesn't have weapon handling, but that 15 you get from striker, that for me is already enough. And then putting 30 on top is not the worst, but the thing is as well, if you're just going for a little bit of comfort, because you don't need to be at your best all the time. Like, we don't always go around, you know, wearing a suit and kind of looking our best and, you know, being cleanly shaven and stuff. Yeah. Sometimes you're just chilling on the couch and nobody cares. So for that, a 30% accuracy mod is not bad. Alternatively, in today's video, we'll bring in the classified printers mark. Oh, we should at some point maybe just do a Division 1 gear set just for giggles. And hey there, Pamic. Optimal range accuracy mod on his SMG and traded such a game changer. And I'm not a fan of the optimal range on SMGs, because at that point you could just run an AR, I feel. I understand the thinking, but yeah, I would just run an AR at that. Or just an LMG. If I wanted to be something different than AR, or rifle, if I want to be something different than AR. Because there is a point where you're giving up too much. I would say 2 mods, because you gotta think of each of those to be around like a 2 and a little bit % increase. Depends on the build, of course. But being a 2 and a little bit increase, so let's say you're giving up 5% there with 2 mods. A rifle would give up less than that and would be more accurate at range and stuff. So they are. Yeah, let's set this up here. Let's change around here. Okay. Yeah, I could see it for maybe with Ranger, although yeah, this like last season that made a little bit more sense. This season though, I would like I don't see myself ever running an optimal range mod, but because if I wanted, like if I had an SMG and wanted AR range, I would just grab an AR. If I have an AR and I want, you know, more rifle range, grab a rifle. Yeah, let me get you one of these last ones. Oh, and hey there, Brandon. Thank you for the raid there. It's always much appreciated. Let's get you that shout out there. Anyway, hope you had a good stream. Hope you had some fun. And welcome in, raiders. As over here, we're setting up to record a build showcase. So gonna do an intro in a second and then go from there. Scribbling that we're turning on an Iron Lung OD build. No, creeping that, no. Just, in my mind, I was like, wait. But yeah, wicked overall. The thing is, creeping that, like, you give up so much to get that, and quite often it's going to get eaten by other things. Especially in OD set, it's going to get eaten up by the bleed. You will do the bleed first before you do the fire with Iron Lung, and it's just going to get eaten by the bleed, and like that's not that useful. I mean, Unwavering could make a case for SMGs, but I just wouldn't. I'd still just go with an AR secondary if I want the longer range option. And thank you so much. Yeah, let's start recording our intro here. As we're gonna set up there. And yeah, what was my name again? Oh yeah. Actually, let's maybe have a sip of this. That's it. Pure vodka now. Just some coffee. Yeah, let's go. Hi, that was yeah, never mind. It was so much later than just the intro, like I would have had to cut that down by quite long. Let's try again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on Umbra Initiative, a gear set that I quite enjoy running, as it's quite different than a lot of other red builds. We have to do certain things, as we'll kind of go into in a minute, and for those we get decent rewards. Right up front, I will of course say that, yeah, nothing competes with streakers. Yeah, let's try that again. I was kind of becoming stocky there, because I forgot the way that sentence was gonna go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give a build showcase on Umbra Initiative, a gear set that I quite enjoy running, as it is something quite different than all of the other red gear sets. We have to do certain things, and for those we get decent rewards. It isn't as strong as Striker. We'll put that up front here. This isn't as a replacement, of course, as yeah, the things that Striker can do, no other gear set can. But that doesn't mean that any other gear set isn't worth running because of that. Some have, of course, other benefits. Umbra is a gear set, though, that I grab quite often, just to play something a little bit different. And also, it does have its own benefits, as it can have upfront damage, the way that its mechanic works, as we'll go into in a minute. You can charge it up before a fight instead of in a fight. There are places where that has value, but yeah, that isn't the general play. And of course, as well, because of its mechanic, it kind of needs to play at its pace, and that means that it's best used in solo. In group settings, in coordinated teams, it can work well, but when you're trying to kind of keep up with others, trying to do its mechanic is kind of tedious. But yeah, we'll discuss all that. As always with these build showcases, we're going to go into it in chapters. In the first chapter, we'll go over the build and its build picture. and discuss why it is set up the way that it is. In the second part of the first chapter, we'll go into some numbers, as I have some spreadsheets prepared. And of course, in the second chapter, we'll go into some gameplay and play around with this build. And I will, as we're playing, talk about what I'm thinking, what I'm doing, and why I'm doing those things. Kind of try to give you the tools that if you want to make this build yourself, that you have a head start. All of those will be timestamped down below, so you can jump around as you wish. And let's go get started. There we go. I'm happy with that. That's a good intro. Yeah. 155. As you wish, and let's go get started. Just making sure as well that it's not out of sync or something with audio. I should have had the build collection ready, because that's usually like I pull up the build collection and go like, as always, we'll be using a build from a build. Yeah, we'll do that maybe when we do the when we start going to the build picture. Okay, let's get out of here. Because I think for this part, I'll use this. Because I kind of like the foggy background here. Really makes the extra red on that puppet. Yeah, let me miss anything. Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's continue on and talk about why my hive is still on cooldown. Oh, I have 7 charges. Okay. Good damn it. Let's wait that out. It's gonna annoy me if this thing is just going the whole time here. Because yeah, we had the modifier on. We went down while we were overcharged, so it looked like that. But then as well, I can already gather my thoughts. So yeah, we're gonna go gear first. Explain the gear set. Its mechanic. Fenris Coyote, weapons, and then skill specialization. Just a normal order, right? Yeah. And yeah, and weapons as well. So where is rifle, LMG, the and yeah, specialization, especially that one, and demo. But yeah, it's a red build, and yeah, for rifles, sharpshooter. And then just revive hive and skills. Okay, yeah. Just gonna wait for that last little itty bitty of the revive hive to go away. And then we'll start recording here. What was the talent name? From the Shadows. Oh yeah, From the Shadows and Into the Light. Wait, it doesn't, does it? Wow, okay. Because yeah, From the Shadows is actually the damage part. I thought it always had like the names over, but yeah. That's weird. Never noticed that. True Patriot doesn't do it that way, right? True Patriot has like for the 2 talent that it has like the talent somewhere in the middle, right? That's weird. But yeah, doesn't matter. Let's hit it. Let's get her going. Yeah. And we'll start, of course, with the layout of the build. We're going to be playing around with the layout quite a bit today. As with a lot of red builds, there is several ways of setting it up. We're going to start off, though, the way that I kind of show it on the build collection, and that is in this way, with 4 pieces of Umbra with the chest, with a Coyote, and then also a Fenris backpack. Now, specifically, this is more of a specific weapon damage backpack. If we were to run LMGs, for instance, and wanted that to be our main weapon, we would go with, for instance, Petrov, of course, or we would go Overlord for rifles. As because of the sets having a lot of crit damage, we don't want to go with crit chance or crit damage, as those are heavily diminished in the set. Let's discuss Umbra by itself first, though, and that is that on 2 pieces we get 15% crit chance, meaning that this, together with Negotiator, actually on the set itself has a ton of crit chance, and as we'll see on the build picture in a minute, we're not running much in the form of extra crit chance rolls or mods. Then, as the 3-piece, we have 30% reload speed. This isn't weapon handling as good as, for instance, Heartbreaker or Strikers have, or, the crit damage that, for instance, Negotiator has. But 30% reload speed actually does make quite a difference, especially if we were to combine it with, let's say, an LMG like this, that can actually make some good use of reload speed. Then we get, of course, on the 4-piece, the mechanic of Umbra, and that is into the shadows, or from the shadows and into the light, the other way around. And it is technically 2 different talents. The from the shadows is the damage component. Into the light is actually a healing component that it has. And the way that Umbra works is that while in cover, gain 10 stacks per second up to 50. This gets altered by the chest to be 100. But we gain stacks when we go into cover. Each stacks will give 1.2% critical damage. So at full stacks of 50, this would be 60. At the full stacks with the chest with 100, that's 120 crit damage. Together with that, we get 0.4% RPM. At 50 stacks, of course, 20. At 100 stacks, 40% RPM. This is just the RPM stat and will be additive to other sources of RPM. So if you, for instance, stack it on top of a chatterbox, it is additive to that and then multiplying against the rest. And buff does not apply while shooting from cover. So when we go into cover, we build up this from the shadows, which is the damage component. And then when we leave cover, we get to use it. But then also when we're out of cover and in combat, and that is this part, while out of cover, agents lose 2 stacks per second at normal speed and 1 stack per second if sprinting. So actually sprinting affects this. So when we're running around, we lose stacks less quickly. This isn't per se that important. It is sometimes running from place to place. You will retain a little bit more stacks when you do. And then the into the light is while out of cover and in combat. And this one is in combat. The other one did not require in combat, so we can use it as an ambush strategy. We gain 10 stacks per second up to 50. Again, the chest taking, or the backpack, in this case, taking this to 100, but we're not going to use the backpack because this is the healing component part. Each stack will give 0.8% armor regen when it is consumed. And this basically means that it will heal you back up pretty quickly. With the backpack, a decent amount. Without it, it isn't great, and especially as well, if you don't have many blue cores, it's not that great. That's also why we don't, per se, at least in my case today, we're not going to care too much about the healing component of this. We're much more focused on using this as a damage build. And in the same way as well, stacks consume 10 stacks per second, and this is only in cover. So the way that it works basically is if you go into cover and you build up stacks that for the damaging component, whenever you pull out of cover, you can use those stacks. If you are in combat out of cover, you're building the healing stacks, basically. When you go into cover, it uses up those. So it is basically 2 different systems, and you can, as you're building up one, you're using up the other effectively. And that means that we do want to be in cover for a little bit, pop out, and then use that damage bonus that we get from here. The damage bonus itself is 120% crit damage and 40% RPM when we do have the chest here, because this takes it from 50 to 100 stacks, but also doubles the consumption rate from 10 to 20. So we keep it at 5% or 5 seconds, but it is doubling the effectiveness of it, getting us that 120 crit damage is pretty decent. It isn't world-altering, of course. It's not the best pool, as well as we already have a decent amount of crit damage, so it's going already in a pool that is somewhat diminished. But especially its RPM is its saving grace, and this really is a decent buff here, because for this, on this build, for instance, where we don't have any other sources of RPM, we are getting, in effect, 40% to our DPS, because it is just adding onto the RPM side of it, which is when we add damage, we add to the damage side. This is adding to the RPM side of it, but that is in effect a 40% buff. Now, of course, by itself, it doesn't have that much damage, and being a gear set, we're losing one of the minors versus a high end. And then, of course, it has to kind of compete against the Heartbreakers and the Strikers of this world. And as we'll see in the numbers, it doesn't per se do that. Now, of course, here we go with a Coyote. This is a crit-based build, kind of, so having a good way of gaining more crit, there is none better than the Coyote. We'll be mostly trying to be in this mid-range with it, and seeing as we're kind of using it as an ambush strategy kind of thing, we can kind of be in that 15 to 25 if we play our cards right. We want to really be in there, as well as we'll see in the numbers in a second. And as we get so much crit damage from the gear set already, this is one of those places that going Cheska or Grupo is actually not the right pick. So we go Fenris here for the assault rifle damage. That does lock us in kind of into one weapon type, and that can be a detriment. You can still go Cheska, actually, as we'll discuss in the numbers as well, just to have it apply to both weapons. But here we're kind of gearing towards the weapon of choice, which is, in this case, that Lexington over there being an AR. And then the LMG, if we have to use it, it's just only for ammo conservation purposes, or when we run out of ammo, basically. And yeah, if we're doing that, then already, we're okay giving up a little bit of that bonus. Discussing some of the weapons here, the thing with Umbra, as with Strikers as well, is that it actually doesn't care too much about what weapon it is running. You can, in the same way as Striker, run it with any weapon type. But even more so, it doesn't actually care what the RPM of the weapon is as well. So here, we'll be actually showcasing it with ARs, with LMGs, and also later on with rifles, because I think Umbra is one of the better set for rifles, but rifles are, kind of not in a great place still. You don't want to use rifles when you want to do your maximal damage. Other things work much better there, for instance, either LMGs or ARs, but this could be a good set if you want to run rifles. Honestly, this is a better choice than Aces or Breaking Point, and kind of above even OD as well, as that is also a good choice. But then, of course, OD has a group buff component. But yeah, we can kind of put in any weapon we kind of like. SMGs is the one that is kind of harder to fit in here, just because of the amounts of crit damage that we have. Or well, specifically the crit chance, that second bonus of SMGs, even though now we can actually go with mods with crit damage, it is still kind of hard to fit them in, because you generally land in the high 50s, basically. You can still go with them, but if I'm going, I don't feel this is the gear set to go for with SMGs, because also we want to be a little bit more further away from them, so we can control when we have to go into cover to build up our charge and then pull out. And SMGs just fit much more cleanly on Hunter's Fury for me, where you also have tools to kind of make that happen. So generally, yeah, we'll go with ARs, LMGs, and rifles for here. And then skill-wise, well, it is a red build, so yeah, we're gonna put a Reviver Hive on it and try to give ourselves an extra life, basically, a 1-up. And for the other piece, of course, you can run whatever you like. I like running Pulse quite a bit, even, of course, this season, it's even more so, as it has a very strong tool together with the modifier. But even without the modifier, knowing where all the enemies are, especially for a set where I'm going to be out of cover, I kind of need to know where everybody is for me to effectively poke out my face without being in cover. So Pulse is, of course, a really good tool. Otherwise, anything like a Foam or even a Demolish a Firefly, anything that you kind of like, especially as well. Here we're running Gunner, we could run Banshee Pulse even and kind of use that for some CC purposes. But yeah, the skills are kind of up to you, in the same way as with a lot of red builds. In this case, much more so than most even. The weapons, the skills, and also the specialization is kind of up to you. But then going actually to the specialization, if I'm running an LMG, I definitely want Gunner just for that extra mag size, especially for the MG5 in this case. But it can run with any of these. One of the things that actually lines up decently well is, as we'll go into, for instance, running this with Exodus, having the option to have 2 more crit chance from a mod that the demo has. That will actually be very useful in some cases, and then of course the group buffs from that is pretty good. especially with a rifle as well. It aligns well with sharpshooter. But then, of course, yeah, kind of any of these is kind of an okay choice because we have the flame grenades on the crossbow are pretty great. The extra skilled here can make your skills a little bit more useful. Even if you are using it a little bit more close range, even using that shield from Firewall can be a choice. So especially in the same way as most red builds, it's kind of up to you. Generally, as a general use ones, yeah, Gunner is especially one to go for because it aligns decently well with it. But then you have to also remember that the bonuses that we get from this in the form of the rate of fire on kill is actually now going into a pool that is somewhat diminished. So you're no longer getting that 5% fully if you're stacked up here. But that's still okay. So yeah, let's go on to the build picture. How long was that? That felt way too long. 11 minutes. Okay, okay, that's fine. I went a little bit slow there, though. Kind of going like, do I wanna... But also I'm kind of okay with it. I didn't stumble too much. I couldn't remember what a reviver hive was called, but... but what? But yeah. But what? Neither, man. And yeah, so for those coming in, we're recording a build showcase. So yeah, in between, I'll be recording some segments, and yeah, I'll respond to chat and stuff in between. So just as a heads up, have I ever considered a new category for your build collection with new modifiers? The thing is that the modifiers are generally just going to be around for like 4 months or such. And for instance, last season, there wasn't really anything to change about builds specifically for the modifier. You would just run whatever you were running, but you would just run longer range versions of tools, basically. This season as well, honestly, that the way that would look is just me putting polls on every build or something. What I might do is just make a video though and kind of explain. Although, I mean, at this point, a lot of people have already kind of understood that you're going to run this critical momentum with the 2 pulse things. That's a really powerful tool. And the one thing that you can swap is this healing is decent on high RPM, and you can swap Reaper Scan for it because microwave calls by itself is good enough, so you can have some healing. The thing is more maybe some of the things like tech tanks and such. If you're pulsing, if it's the Heartbreaker, you can still do the thing, but you can go Fortified Shield and then the critical recovery on those. But yeah, the gain isn't that great. So I might make like a video kind of going over, hey, I picked this with this. But I don't think a build, like in the build collection, I don't want it to be anything that is that short timed, basically. Because yeah, we're touching up the build collection quite a bit, having to each season as well do a bunch of modifier changes, kind of, would be more than I'm willing to do, kind of. But I've definitely considered it. So, but yeah, we'll likely just kind of address that by making a video and kind of going, hey, on red builds, run this. On maybe like tech tanks, I run this. And then, hey, there's even, you can make a, because you can make a seeker spam. That's pretty cool. Actually, you can have these 2 pulses, actually, you have the Reaper Scan and the microwave calls, and then the explosive amp on the seeker. You can actually replace the microwave calls as well with momentum surge, maybe even. So it's kind of those, but yeah, and then seeker spam with the pulse and seekers. No, there just somehow felt wrong, like taking a peek at something we're not supposed to see. Well, that is I mean, I generally, so all of the build showcases you have, oh well, not all, but anything that has been done in like the last year has been generally done live. I enjoy doing it live, partially because otherwise as well for me, if I was doing that offline, the thing I was doing there, I would likely take like 6 or 7 takes. But I'm not going to do that here, of course. It forces me to kind of be a little more... Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely retake if I have to and I make a mistake or something, but the behind the scenes. I'm glad you like it there. And Hader Tennyson as well. Also, actually, yeah, I saw your saw your DM there, Dream. I actually didn't respond to it yet, I think, right? But yeah, the awesome work on those. Yeah, at this point, I like how you kept it like made by IKEA still, because at this point it's basically like my segment is like it's like that much of like. But yeah, those are very cool, and yeah, I'll actually respond to, and also yeah, if you're okay with it, I'll use those versions and kind of give you credit as well whenever we do that video, and I might move that video up as well just to get those out there. Because my abilities with AutoHotkey aren't, although as well, those were mostly ones that I've used myself. The only reason they're a little bit cleaned up and kind of it's just that I did send them to a few people in the past. So I cleaned them up a little bit, but yeah, they were never kind of like. And then yeah, you've added actually a lot of functionality to it, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, let's go to the build picture. Actually, yeah, first so we'll discuss that we're going to the build collection. Yeah, let's hit record here. And for that build picture, we'll of course go to the build collection, which I'll link down below for those unfamiliar with it. I have a whole collection of builds. And one of those here being 3.09 is the subject of today, of course, which is the UI Red AR. Although, yeah, here set up as specifically for AR, but as we talked about, we can go different ways with it. This build picture and the build collection itself, of course, will be linked down below in the description. Looking at it here, we see that it's all crit chances and crit damages. That's, of course, how the build is going to be set up. On the pieces, on all of the pieces, we have basically crit damage on all of the gear set pieces. All of the mods are crit damage as well. And then basically we only have 2 crit chances here, being here on the Coyote and then on the backpack as well. That with a weapon with 3 crit chance mods on it, like this Lexington, that gets us to this 52-150 plus crit damage. And then, of course, the extra crit damage kind of goes... Oh, actually, I can't read that. Yeah, let's not do that. 153. I'm doing it in the LBS window, which is much smaller than my main screen. But yeah, I'm not going to leave it at like 150 plus. That's silly. Know your numbers. Which actually, wait, I need to lock this. There we go. Let's try that again. Oh, I locked the wrong thing. No. Okay, from the top. I need to not be on the browser because otherwise it does that. And for that build picture, we'll go to the build collection, which I'll link down below if you're not familiar with it. I have a whole collection of builds. We'll, of course, be taking one build picture here, especially this 3.09 UI Umbra Initiative Red AR. On that build picture, we see that if we zoom in as well, it is stat-wise, as that's what these show, and that's the benefit of them, kind of, that you can see all of the stats in one go. We see that we have some crit damage all around. All of the pieces of Umbra are basically all crit damages. All the mods are crit damages. And then on the Coyote and on the backpack here, we only have 2 crit chance rolls. That gets us to this 52-153 that we have crit chance, crit damage-wise. Now, of course, that crit damage is going to get augmented by the gear set to have another 120 on top once we have fully charged up. It starts to, of course, quickly decay below that. It stays at that max just for a moment. But yeah, we will have a lot of crit damage. Not in the same amount as, for instance, a backfire build, but still pretty high. And of course, we gain some RPM to go with it. That is, of course, here though with 3 crit chance mods on an AR like this. We're going to kind of set it up to be generally around this. So for instance, as well with LMGs, what we would do is take an LMG with a crit chance third stat and then have 1 crit chance mod, giving it 14.5, and then the rest crit damage. On the rifles as well, we'll be running 3 crit chance mods. Yeah, the Coyote, of course, providing us then that 10% to get this 52 to 60. It is very important for this build to be preferably in that range, because we're going to get a lot of crit damage, even more so than a general build. That means that if whenever we are below this 60, we're giving up a lot of damage. This build, as it is set up, it is only really going to work in the mid-range and in the long range. Not that we can't kill in the short range, but we really want to avoid it. If we want to have the option to be more at close range, we would maybe set this with one more crit chance mod, getting this to 58, or maybe even taking Cheska instead at that point and going to 60 flat with Cheska, because that would be +8, of course. But yeah, we want to kind of set up our Coyote or the build itself that most of the time we're going to hit that 60 crit chance, because our crit damage number is humongous. Us even dropping 1% of crit chance is actually a big deal. On this build picture, we also see that some other recommendations, and we'll actually run it as well in this way. One of them is to have swap in an Umbra mask and actually run the Exodus glove. The Exodus gloves of this season are actually pretty good, especially if you're running around solo. It is actually a pretty good pick. We'll see in the damage numbers in a minute that it's around the 5% loss. This is kind of around, for strikers, it was also around 5%. For this build, it is also around 5% of a loss, and that versus the Coyote. And that is a price to pay. But if you're getting enough in return, which I do feel with the Exodus gloves we are, that is actually a pretty powerful tool. And then we see as well, if we're going for an LMG, for instance, if we want to main an LMG here, we would go for Petrov. Now, of course, with a rifle, we would prefer to have Overlord. You could even, with a rifle, go 2-piece Zivia, but that is actually not going to beat an Overlord plus Coyote. But you could actually have some more consistency as well. But the thing is that would be more consistency, especially in the short range, where you could have the build be at 60% with 2-piece Zivia. But yeah, that's not really the place that rifles do their best work. So it doesn't align too well there. As we'll see in the numbers as well, you can go a Cheska backpack or even a Grupo if that is really your only option you have at the time. But we do lose a little bit there, especially once the build is fully charged up. Our crit damage number is very high, so adding into that pool is going to be a lot more diminished returns than we get going into a pool like specific weapon damage, which adds into weapon damage. The grading matters for that one as well. But yeah, overall, a better choice to go specific weapon damage if we're min-maxing. But even without min-maxing, this build can do decently well. Let's actually go and look about those around those aforementioned numbers and kind of see how hard this can hit. There we go. So this one, yeah, 4 minutes. That's good. We go to this scene. Wait, actually, does this work well with this? Does this play well with this? Actually, it does. Okay. Yeah, so we'll start here, of course, and then do the talent one. Yeah, these ones always take some time. Likely gonna do them in like doing this one and separately, and then the other one separately, and then the talent one separately, and kind of fade them together as if it's all one go. Actually, let me get you here for a second. Gotta give credit is due. Well, I feel you like the credit is almost much more leaning your way at this point. So we'll might amend them and just because I feel I contributed and you made them basically more so than the other way around. Is fine. But yeah, they were quite handy. Actually, for those that don't know what we're talking about, I put out a few of my macros that I use just for like buying from vendor and stuff. And actually, Dream in the Discord as well, he put them a few. Basically augmented them to have a pop-up at the start as stuff explaining the controls, for instance, and And even checking if it's on the right window and stuff before, without running, so you don't accidentally make them run somewhere else. So, quite good work. Yeah, let's... So, actually, how did this go? So this is the Umbra. Actually, let's do it here. The Umbra first, add stacks, and then this is the Cheska version, and this is the Cheska version versus that. This is the Cheska version versus that. Can I make that clear in some way? I mean, actually, I can. Actually, I should have done it like this. Yeah. Because then that's the 100%, this is the 100. All right, like this kind of makes it clear where the 100% there is. I mean, I'm going to talk about it. And then, yeah, with the 0 to 15. And then striker as comparison point. Okay. I know, for those wondering. So this is the main comparison is this 100%, which these are also comparing against, is Umbra at 100 stacks with the same weapon, with the Lexington on both. And yeah, striker obliterate at 100 stacks is quite a bit ahead. Actually, what we're going to do as well is just do that, because that also illustrates, you know, at empty stacks. Actually, how much is it at 45 and 90? Oh, actually, this might be an interesting one to know. So, let's say 49. Oh, actually, no, we're still 45. 80? 75. 72. 71. Yeah. So at 71 stacks, Obliterate Striker takes over from Umbra. Oh no, that's not 71 stacks. That is 71 amp. So is 100 divided by 90. Or it's, oh well, actually no. Is 0.9. Get the shit out of me. It's my keys for no reason fell there. 0.9 times 71. No, the other way around. It's more stacks than this. So oh, it's 71 divided by 0.9, of course. My brain, although the other way around as well. So it's divided by, so 71 divided by. So it's 78 stacks of Striker. Also, does this make sense? So if I put in 90, that's 100 stacks. 100. So 71 was it? Yeah. 71, 72. For an Obliterate Striker. Yeah, let me catch up here as well. Is it Stream Deck matters? Yeah, that can work out well as well. Although, well, that's if you have Stream Deck. I was using, like, the thing is, AutoHotkey, I feel, is used quite a bit, so everybody can have access to it. Yeah, and also saw that Heller thing of going for buy and equip. I'd never tried that. Surprised that it actually has a speed difference. Content creator guide as well. Wait a minute. Which is better, M870 or Spas? If you, guessing you're asking for Headhunter there, Jan. Overall, the extra mod on M870, the extra 2 mods on the M870, generally put the M870 actually ahead. But if you're going for especially Brazen, with the Spas, you can have perfect Brazen with the not like glue, but the other one. And indeed, I did make a shotgun video. But yeah, just as a quick answer there. Opportunity is still over. I'm listening. Well, we're being both too kind to each other. Let's just say it is. Let's just put on it made by just existence. Yeah. No. But yeah, it's actually interesting that a buy and equip was a thing. I'll actually, yeah, I think if you're up for it as well, we'll just put made by and then both of our names, and then I feel that seems more actually in line with it. Because also, yeah, the things as you saw with like the things there, it's just a simple, press space bars or press buttons and. Well, actually, I didn't try them out yet because actually I wasn't aware what the reload command. Because that's the one part that I didn't try out yet. But I'll likely figure it out when we try that. Yeah, let's actually jump into these numbers before we're kind of completely sidelined. So let's actually start here. And then we zoom in here. And for the numbers end, as always, I have prepared a spreadsheet here with just 2 elements. We're also going to discuss in a minute the differences in talents and what talents can add to Umbra, because of course Umbra is kind of in a unique situation with Killer and Measured being some of the top picks. It is adding into Rate of Fire, diminishing the returns from that, affecting Measured a little bit. It's adding a lot into Crit, affecting Killer. So we will look at those numbers, but starting here first, and we'll zoom in a little bit to make it a little bit more readable. I've made 2 multi-calculators. If you're not familiar with these, there is a video on my channel explaining it, but what these are multi-calculators of my design. We have 10 rows here to compare. They coincide with the rows down here, so they are color matched, and we input down here our stats and we gain output up here. And what we're mostly looking at is burst and sustained DPS, as that is one to care about. And then of course as well, it's spitting out some checking numbers. So this is the numbers the builds should hit basically on body and body crit and such. And we can use those to test at the range enough. Tested and made sure that actually that way that we have inputted all of it correctly, because yeah, if it doesn't line up, it's not correct. Here as well, we're using values for grading and for headshot rate and for DTA rate and then for detalk rate as well. We'll play around with those. Here first though, we have Umbra at 100 stacks, at 50 stacks, and at 0 stacks, and just kind of seeing the difference as between full and empty Umbra. Because as we get more stacks, of course, our RPM goes up and our crit goes up by quite a bit. And as that rises, of course, so does our damage. Now, an empty Umbra is doing basically around 8.2 million burst DPS on headshots. This isn't that high. This is around, because yeah, we're just basically at that point, red cores and some of the minors being crit chance, crit damage. And of course, yeah, the chest talent then is, or the talent itself is not being activated. We also don't have a chest talent, so it's just the vigilance. And that is pretty weak on 0 stacks. When we stack it up all the way to 100 stacks, as we see here, we're gaining up around into the 14 million-ish with headshots in there. The difference, though, here, as we have it, versus, for instance, strikers here at the bottom, and these numbers, they're comparing all of the grayish ones here with the background being gray. All of them are comparing to each other, so it's all comparing to this Umbra at 100 stacks. We see on the burst DPS that an Obliterate Striker and a Chest Striker here, both with the same weapon, the Lexington, at the same grading and such. They hit for around 16 million for the Obliterate Striker here without a weapon talent in there. And the Chest Striker even going into the 20 millions here with all headshots. If we take the headshots out, because the headshot, of course, does, yeah, we're not going to 100% headshot there. We see then, actually, that because of the way that the pool of Umbra is kind of diminished by the effects of crit damage adding into the same pool as headshot. Now we're kind of catching up to Obliterate Striker at full stacks. Now we're gaining less from our killer talent though when we're at full stacks, so it will actually still lose out the second we kind of actually add in killer, for instance, as an talent or measured, because both of those will be less diminished for Striker than they will be for Umbra. But for an Obliterate Striker versus an Umbra, that's pretty close there, one could say. And they are within reach. But of course, with Striker, we're just firing, we're just shooting an enemy, and we're getting bonuses. We're doing a thing we were going to do anyway, and we're getting bonuses. With Umbra, we have to go into cover, charge up, get out. And then, of course, Strikers goes to that 100 stacks, and if you just keep shooting the enemy, it stays at that 100 stacks. Umbra, the second we come out of cover, it starts falling away towards, the next... you're not at 100 stacks, or well, 50 stacks, the whole time. The 100 stacks just starts falling away as soon as you're out of cover. So the numbers can be a little bit misleading in that way. Definitely, it is powerful, but yeah, it's not the strength of a Striker. If we put this, for instance, at a 20% headshot rate, that would be generally what I would go for as a general pick. We see that because the DTH numbers and the DTOC numbers don't matter here because they're the same for both builds. So the headshot, though, affecting the crit does matter. Yeah, we see that then, yeah, Striker is still a little bit ahead. Now I want to discuss actually why we do go with a Cheska, or where we go with a specific weapon damage backpack and not a Cheska backpack. And the big difference there is, especially if we're at 100% headshot again, is that then the Cheska is definitely behind the specific weapon damage, in this case Fenris. At 0, we see actually that it just crawls back up ahead a little bit. And that is because we're adding into a different pool, of course. The Cheska has 10 weapon damage less, but 8 crit chance more. That crit damage chance we can translate into having more crit damage. And especially that second number here, we're comparing actually out here, this outer number. This is at 0 stacks between them. Especially at 0 stacks, the Cheska is a little bit ahead. If we put this back again as well, on 20% here, we see actually that at 20%, the Cheska is ahead on both in max stacks, both at the 100 stacks and at 0 stacks. So why don't we go this route? The answer is the Cheska actually here is landing on 50. The Fenris is landing on 52. We have a Coyote, so we're kind of wasting when we're at mid-range or well, if you're in short range with the Coyote, we're wasting a little bit of our crit chance more, basically. Or well, at mid-range, we're wasting 2 crit chance. So if we actually put it at 0 to 15 here, then we see that the Cheska is actually close to 2.5, well, a little bit under 2.5% behind on the burst. And that is the big difference there. Now, you could still make the case for either, honestly. I know there's and I've been part of that as well, kind of the debate of what do we put back there? Honestly, with these numbers and having seen them and having like played around with them now as well, I definitely still lean towards the specific weapon damage. And the main important part is that if we have to kill in close range, which is also the dangerous range usually, we can do that a little bit faster. And 2.5% isn't a big difference, but it is a decent difference when we all consider that on the other end, with 20% headshot rate here, and especially at 100% headshot rate, which we generally calculate with, it's behind in all ways, basically. But here at 20%, Umbra is basically the same or Cheska is the same at mid-range and long range, basically. a little bit ahead before we start stacking, but it's also quite a bit behind at that 0 to 15 range. But of course, Cheska would apply to both of your weapons. So I think this idea of keeping specific weapon damage there is not per se required anymore. We could definitely go with the Cheska just to apply to both. But as I'll be showing here, of course, yeah, we'll be running specific weapon damage. Let's go on to the next one. How long was that? I feel that was way too long. I got way too long-winded about a bunch of stuff. It's fine. Because that is 8 minutes, but we have actually we did the builds part of it pretty quickly there. So, and also this one will be pretty quick, and so will the talents one. Yeah, let me catch up on some of this. The spam base for buying. Yeah, the thing is though that I just don't wanna like the thing is now as well, yeah, so you can space and then buy and equip is so much faster. But also, yeah, most of the time I don't want to be sitting there and doing that at all. I just let the macros take the work, and usually it's also just on my laptop, so that I don't even have to be giving up my PC for it. It's going to replace the current running instance of the script with a new one, basically the same as if you launch a script again, but you just press the keyboard. Okay, so it starts in the state of like not running then, right? Is the thing. Because I do know some people were having issue with the pause command. Yeah, it wouldn't start running right away, right? Because yeah, some people were having because I never had issues with that pause command, but I know it wasn't working for at least like 2 people I gave it to. Didn't work for them. I think it's but then yeah, it's likely something they changed in AutoHotkey because yeah, in the past pause would just like pause and then unpause and then be at the same. And then actually then reload is kind of nice because yeah, one of the things with the pause was actually sometimes it was at a weird stage, and if you didn't put it at that exact same stage, it would mess up. Especially with crafting, like if you interrupted it while it is crafting, then it's going to go to the escape, and then it's going to go back one step, and it's just going to break everything. So okay, actually a good find there. Yeah, neither Randy. So it's over the pass command as well. That's me replacing it with the reload command. Yeah. Yeah, good find that is. I wasn't, yeah, that's the thing. I'm not too much of a whiz kid when it comes to AutoHotkey. I barely know my way around, as you may have noticed. Yeah, Exodus Cloud. I'm just gonna equip this already in the background so we can go here and show the Exodus version. Yeah. No, doing version. Depending on version. Yeah, I think I just never have upgraded my AutoHotkey, so it just never. Pause still worked basically. Yes. Actually, let's redo that segment because yeah, I was way too long-winded, but also I left out actually an important thing I want to discuss there, which is strikers at 0 stacks. Also, I thought, is there something off here? No, right? Because I thought or striker at 100 stacks was a little bit more ahead than this. Yeah, what changed? Or rather, yeah, 100 stacks and 0 headshot. Because the thing is, especially if you're kind of hitting headshots, it adds up really quick. This is the number that most people kind of run into, around 10% being more. But yeah, at 0% headshots. But no, we tested these numbers, right? I tested the striker numbers at the range. There's also 60, 151. 155 here with grading. Same weapon. Yeah, that's the stats of a striker. Yeah, let's redo that little segment. I'm gonna go a little bit faster and then also try to hit the 0 stack striker that I totally forgot. Get this here. Bit of a shielding. Yeah. Indeed. Take 2 action. Round 2. Fight. Yeah, let's. And for those calculations, of course, I have prepared here a spreadsheet, as we oftentimes do. Multi-calculators at the ready. 2 of them in this case for this build showcase. We'll also actually be looking at a talent table. These are the talent calculators that I also have made and also kind of updated with last season. This season as well, actually updated with pressure point here. Because, of course, in the case of Umbra, we're adding rate of fire and we're adding crit damage and killer and measured being 2 of the popular talents. It affects those more than others. So we'll kind of discuss that. But starting off here, let's go back here and kind of actually look at how much damage can an Umbra do. And for that, we have these multi-calculators as they are. It is up to 10 builds are being compared here. They're the rows. They're color coordinated to kind of match. Input happens down here. Output comes up out here. We mostly are concerned about this burst and sustained DPS. I also have some checking numbers for at the range to kind of compare them against. And if you want to know more about these multi-calculators, I do have a video on my channel. In the case of Umbra, here we have Umbra at 100 stacks, 50 stacks, and 0 stacks, of course. We see that at 100 stacks, it is actually doing decent damage here with 100% headshot set in as well. And of course as well, full DT or DTH as max and DTOC at max. But of course, actually with the ones we're comparing here, we're using the same weapon over and over again, being the Lexington as the numbers. The RPM goes up as we gain more stacks. The crit damage goes up as we gain more stacks of Umbra. At full stacks, this 14.683 is actually pretty impressive for a build without a weapon talent in there yet. If we kind of compare as well, here at the bottom, all of these numbers are kind of comparing to the top, except this black area is just comparing between itself. But all of these gray ones are kind of comparing against this top number, which is that Umbra. We see that a striker here, being with the same weapon, a Lexington, the obliterate variant with Obliterate Chest, Cheska, and Coyote, we have here that it is around 11% ahead. And the chest version, of course, is quite a bit more ahead of it. But that is not that big of a jump as with some other builds. Other builds are way further behind. And actually, if we set this, because one of the things is, of course, headshot and crit damage are additive to each other into the same pool. Here we're acting as if it's 100% headshot rate. That isn't very realistic. If I set this to 0, we see actually that Umbra catches up quite well to Chest Striker. And of course, Obliterate Striker, it catches up to Obliterate Striker. Chest Striker is, of course, still miles ahead because it is Chest Striker, of course. But getting to those 200 stacks is a lot harder. If we put this to what my guesstimation is of general use is either 15 or 20%, depending on weapon type. Here with an AR, let's set it to 20. We see that actually it is kind of 4% on burst behind against Striker for Umbra at full stacks. And same here for the sustain being around 7% behind. The big difference is, of course, that the Strikers will actually, as you're shooting, you're building up stacks. And once you hit max stacks, basically, you just are maintaining close to or at max stacks. In the case of Umbra, you go into cover, you build up to 100 stacks. The second you pull out, it's starting to actually drop. So you're at full stacks for a moment, and then it's starting to drop away. And if you play it right, you can stay close to that 100 stacks by whenever you're reloading, going into cover. But Strikers, once it reaches its 100 stacks, if it has enemies in front of it, it can keep going. So this is a thing we kind of have to look at as well. Here, though, as well, what I want to look at is if we're wanting to look between Cheska and specific weapon damage, because one of the things we could go with as well is a Cheska backpack instead of the Fenris, for instance, as we have here for are back. The thing is that while here at 20% headshot rate, it is ahead at both 100 stacks, as we have 100 stacks and a 0 stacks version. And out here as well, we're comparing the 0 stacks versions against each other. So the Umbra with Fenris here, and then the Cheska version here. We see actually that both are ahead for the Cheska. The thing is though, if we put this, for instance, at 100% headshot again, that balance kind of shifts again. And now the Cheska is slightly behind. If we put this at that 20% though, what we have is the Cheska is actually at 50% crit chance, and getting then upped to that 60. The Umbra with Fenris is actually 52. So actually, when we calculate it out at 0 to 15 for the Coyote, so getting 25 crit damage, but not getting that bonus to crit chance, that Cheska, of course, is now at 50. The Fenris is at 52. Especially there, it makes a little bit of a difference. But actually, now that I've ran these numbers, I was firmly in the camp of, if you're min-maxing, you go specific weapon damage. I'm not so firm in that anymore. Because, of course, in the same way as with strikers and such, in this case, though, Cheska generally, for instance, in striker, beats Fenris and Grupo as the first beast outright. If you're not going with a Coyote as a second beast, then you can put either Fenris or Grupo, and generally Fenris will beat it for one specific weapon, but generally I go with Grupo, so it applies to both of my weapons. In this case, I could see that same thinking as well. We could give up a little bit that we have in this short range being a little bit worse, but actually at our 100 stacks, if we're going around this at 20% headshot rate, then it's actually, I would say, marginally ahead. Even though that, yeah, the thing is, and this is where that usually came from, is that if you do calculate it at 100% headshot rate, it is actually quite a little bit behind there on the max stacks, 0.5%. So the differences between them are tiny, and this kind of leads me towards maybe we shouldn't be as dogmatic there. Overall, though, I do still think that the specific weapon damage has the benefits, especially if we are kind of as well getting jumped at short ranges and such. And especially if we're also getting Coyote from other people, because then, yeah, we can have, in this case, for instance, Fenris plus Grupo. And if you have Cheska, then you would have Cheska plus Fenris, preferably. But yeah, so we don't need to be that hard on it anymore. One thing I want to look here at as well is if we actually put strikers at 0 stacks for both the chest and the backpack, as we have it there. So we're just taking away that amp. Strikers at 0 stacks is kind of in that same ballpark area as Umbra at 0 stacks. So that is that will make it so that you know how good or bad it's going to kind of feel. Of course, the initial bonuses of Striker are a little bit better, having rate of fire there, so that's kind of unmatched for this. And at 71 stacks for the Obliterate, and actually let's put this one back at 180. At 71 stacks for the Obliterate, 71 amp, 79 stacks as it's calculated out here. That is the break-even point at 100% headshot. So at 100% headshot, 71 will be 99%, and then 72 will actually be over it. So at 72 stacks with full headshot, that is the swap over point. But actually, if we take this at that 70 or at that 20% headshot rate, if we're into the 83s, actually I haven't, of course, yeah, 83. At 83 stacks is when Striker kind of takes over. So if you're generally at 83 stacks or above on Striker, which isn't too hard to do, it's ahead of Umbra at 100 stacks. But of course, yeah, Umbra's as well has issues keeping at that 100 stacks. It is very shortly at that 100 stacks, and it's starting to fall away very quickly. But just as numbers to kind of know. So we know that Obliterate Striker can kind of very well compete with this, and it's especially the difference in mechanics that really makes a difference. Let's go on to the second one. I think that one was even longer, but I'm happier with it. So it's around the same, 854. Should have actually checked what number it was. I'm happy I found it that quickly. I didn't check at all which number it was with the 20% headshot rate. Because yeah, we just looked at it at 100% headshot, right? And actually looking at this, I'm leaning almost towards just putting a Cheska backpack on it, seeing it at the 20% there. So it's funny that I actually didn't, like, I just made the things. I didn't really think about it too much. Although, yeah, the specific weapon damage ones still have a little bit of an advantage, especially as it drops down. So, yeah, let's go for this. So MG5, M249, that's sick. Okay. Let's put this actually first at 0. Okay. And on the second one, we're comparing a bunch of weapons we could equip here together with having the... oh, actually. Forgot totally where that sentence was going. With the different backpacks and stuff. Also, actually, on that one, I should have played around with the grading. Because that's actually the main reason why... That's the big difference maker here, right? Because that's actually the thing that has changed. Because if we're here and we do 0, yeah. It's fine. Yeah, let's go with this. We'll explain it here. Actually, let me put that other file away so I don't accidentally delete it. And on this second multi-calculator, we're comparing a bunch of weapons to each other of different categories. Some of the picks of each category. We're going with a Lexington, a FAMAS for the ARs, an MG5 and M249 for the LMGs, and a Mark 17 and a 6 CQB as for the rifles. Because, yeah, as we discussed, on here, we can go with many a different type of weapon, and also RPM isn't as important. We're still picking some of the higher RPM weapons here because there are some of the better burst weapons here, but especially we can include rifles where I generally just wouldn't on Striker. It is way too slow to stack up. You can kind of use them as secondaries. Maybe you stack up with an AR first and you have an enemy at long range, you just swap to a rifle. What we see here then is numbers-wise that there is a little bit of a disparity here between them. The ARs seem pretty far ahead, and then the LMGs coming in behind, and the rifles even further so behind. This is a little bit misleading here though first, because we have actually the DTA rate as we have it here. That's set to 0, so we're doing 20, or that 21 DTH on ARs is actually fully active. If we actually put this at 100 and actually take away all of their bonuses there, basically, shooting only armor, we see that actually the LMGs, of course, jump up quite a bit if that 20% DTH isn't active there. Even the rifles are kind of competing here. If we put this, though, at what I generally use is around 60% DTA. It kind of depends on what content you're doing. It's kind of depends, because yeah, if you're in Heroic Countdown, yeah, that shifts that number quite a bit. If you're just running around solo on normal, yeah, it's mostly reds, and then it's 100% almost. So it kind of really depends, and even in the same mission, doing it solo, there's usually more reds and purples than there is elites, and then same for instance, control points. And then if you're in a 4-man, it's mostly elite. So that number jumps around a lot. But let's set it to 60 just for the sake of argument. Then we see actually that especially the ARs and LMGs do actually kind of measure up pretty decently. The MG5 here outcompeting actually the Lexington at that 60%. Of course, there is some downsides to LMGs as well. They aren't accurate from the first shot, where, for instance, a Lexington is. That means that with ARs, you can start with a weak point, for instance, just popping something's weak point. setting, for instance, a whole group of outcasts on fire, or disorienting a whole group of hyenas just by shooting some pouches. You can't do that with MG5, so you are giving up some things. And of course, the suppression mechanics that LMGs cause much more often. They're not the only one that suppresses, but LMGs definitely cause suppression much more easily than other weapon types. And that can be an annoyance as well. But yeah, the MG5 is looking pretty decent there because, of course, Lexington is in a class of its own in the high ends, although, well, not per se anymore, but it is still pretty effective. We also see that, the Lexington is still ahead of the FAMAS, the second place there. If you don't have a Lexington, go with a FAMAS or a FAL. Both are pretty good choices for here because, again, we don't care that much about RPM here as much as we do, for instance, on Striker. So a Fall, for instance, is a really good pick as it's a high burster and a decently high sustainer, and X-Well does decently well when it comes to ammo conservation. And then we see kind of rifles, and this is kind of the downside of rifles. What rifles have as their bonus, of course, because we're comparing them here as if the Umbra is at 100 stats. That means that we have a lot of crit damage. Rifles, of course, come with that 17% crit damage as their secondary stat, and that hurts for here. But then still, Umbra is one of the better builds when it comes to extracting the most from a rifle. If you want to run a rifle, Umbra is a good choice. If you want to run Umbra, rifles can be used. It's kind of like that. But yeah, if you do want to run rifles, Umbra is definitely a good pick together with OD as well, where you can have it be a sadist weapon here, of course. But yeah, that 17% as the second stat, especially on this build, really hurts rifles. And that's kind of the thing overall. That second stat on rifles being 17 crit damage is just in comparison to 12 DTOC, in comparison to 21 DTH, in comparison to 12 DTA. It does not line up well. So I hope actually in the future, one of the things they could do is buff that by even doubling it. Hell, give them 42 crit chance to kind of double against the 21 crit chance, or 42 crit damage to average out against the 21 crit chance that, for instance, SMGs have or such. But as it stands, rifles are decent, but definitely we're dropping a little bit. Although we are gaining some things as well. They are much better at range. They have much higher optimal ranges as well, so you can be a little bit further back, but at a cost as well, of course. Then lastly here, we have actually comparing the Coyotes that we had a second ago as we had them here against Exodus. And that is basically setting up the build like this, as we also had it on the build picture. We're taking a mask, an Umbra mask. We're flipping that Coyote into an Exodus, basically, as our exotic and as our piece, second piece there. And what does that mean for us in damage numbers? Now, this is also going to depend a little bit on how much headshot we're going to have here. I have it set here first at 100% headshot. We see that the Coyote 15 to 25, which is the preferred one we would be in, as of course on that 0 to 15, the Umbra set with the Exodus, we're setting it at 60. We're just aiming for 60, kind of running it as if, in this case, solo. Now, of course, if we're getting Coyote from somebody else, then it's competing just against a Gruppo, so that would be less of a difference. But here, if we have it at 100% headshot, actually, if we take it to 0% headshot, we see that the difference becomes a little bit bigger between them because now that pool is a little less diminished. The headshot overall in relative terms adds more to the build. So then the Exodus loses that more. If we put this at that 20% that I like using quite a bit, we see that it is around that 5% loss. Is that worth it? I would say yes. Around the 5% loss on burst and sustain. And for that, we gain basically what is, in effect, an extra gate. Because, we have the health gate, of course, the one-shot protection, as some call it, which saves your life quite a lot when there is chip damage going on. So not per se when we're getting hard hit by something like an explosive, an airburst, or a sniper, or something like that will take you to your health gate regardless. If it's just chip damage and they're just shooting you and you're losing your armor, basically you're going to hit that point where Exodus gets triggered. And you're going to have a 3-second reprieve, which can basically be kind of like a health gate, but then at the end of armor. So I've been taking to call it an armor gate, even though it doesn't exactly work in that way because it doesn't stop damage at that point. But the beneficial effects as well from Exodus is when you're out of combat, you can actually, you will heal up a little bit. And if you're smart about it, as we'll show in a little bit, you can even heal up all the way, basically having an unbreakable together with it. And that few seconds where the enemies don't shoot at you can be used to actually burn down, for instance, a named or such. We'll be running this in a little bit, and we'll discuss it more there. But here, just to show that it is around the 5% loss, which isn't nothing. That is quite a lot of loss. We wouldn't do this if it was just for no particular reason. But yeah, here, the benefits that we get do actually matter as well. And then there I'm just going to fade across the talent one. 8 and 8. Ooh, that's actually longer than I wanted it to be. That's fine, though. How long is it altogether already? And the answer is too long. As always. Oh, it's already 34 minutes. Wait, how is it 34 minutes already? That's a little much. I can do that one. I can do the second one so much faster. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's just bum rush through this. And then also I just won't change like the number. We'll set the numbers at the start here as well and not jump around too much with that. Yeah. Yeah, let me catch you on chat first though. Yeah, let me just go here for a second. I'm just gonna read it much easily here. Sort of in a random question. Shotguns and fast stands. Does the fast stands reload buff only apply to the first shell reloaded, non-magfat? Actually, I don't know, but it shouldn't be hard to see the difference. I just haven't ever really used it with the single reload one. But the difference should be clear, especially at the range. Like, it should be a very clear difference. Might try that in a bit. Guess we'll get better. Do you have a prepared script or like notes or key talking points, or do you go for doing a video recording? No, so I used to actually do like a lot of notes. Nowadays, I literally have, although actually on this one, I didn't even write any. But I just have post-its that I just gonna keep as the, like this is, it's unreadable, but it says Umbra Initiative Build Showcase. That's kind of how I organize what videos I'm gonna do, just put the ideas on there. And for some of the videos or something, I just write on the back some notes. In the past, I used to have like just kind of, I never did script because I can't. That would just be too much work, and it would be better. The quality of the end result would be better. But also, I like if I was full time or something, I could see myself doing that. But as in the past, especially sometimes, you know, it's in a busy weeks and stuff, so I just don't have the. Also, I just wouldn't keep up with it. It would be too much, and I would just get burnt out and just not do it. So I just do unscripted and kind of just go. Although, yeah, I've been like the whole of today, I've just been thinking about a bunch of like what I want to say and stuff. Well, thanks for the kind words there. Although, yeah, I stumble and fall quite often as well. And that's the downside of this as well. Sometimes I do kind of go like, okay, no, I need to do this part faster, so we have to re-record kind of a part. But just noticing it clears first round. Okay. Because yeah, I haven't ever used fast hands outside of ACS, honestly. So from a wedge mule with fast hand, so much. Okay. But yeah, that actually kind of makes sense because sometimes the reload buffs are generally as well for skills. It's just the first charge quite often. Yeah, let's go back here. And go back here actually. And yeah, let's do this one, but then much faster. I'm just not going to play around with the settings either. I'm just going to say the settings and then kind of discuss them. That will be so much faster. And here on the second one, I kind of want to discuss here the weapon differences we could go with. Here, having a Lexington and a FAMAS as representations of ARs, an MG5 and M249 for LMGs, and then a Mark 17 and a 6 CQB for the rifles. Here we have also set it already at 60% DTA. If this was, of course, set to, for instance, be 0% DTA, the ARs would be way ahead, as they have 21% DTH. Here, as a general number, I generally pick 60. This is, of course, very dependent on content and stuff, but as a form of, we have to pick something here, and I generally think 60% is a good representation of what we experience, especially if you're also playing in groups. If you're playing solo more, this would be maybe leaning more towards DTH. But if we set it that way, and together with that at 20% headshot rate, just right away here to see the differences between them, we see that actually the Lexington, for instance, here, and the FAMAS are pretty close to each other. This as well. The Lexington is still ahead of the FAMAS. The FAMAS is the second place in the high ends because, for instance, things like the F2000 and stuff, even though on the full burst tables, they are higher, they are also missing a mod. So when we actually count for that, if we put it on a build, it actually drops below the FAMAS. So FAMAS is a firm second place. Other picks, if you don't have a Lexington, are either going with a FAMAS is a pretty good pick, but the Fall is also a decent one because in here, yeah, Umbra doesn't care about RPM as much as other things, as it's not using that, for instance, for stacking the way that Striker does, so you can extract just as well out of a Fall as you can here. But yeah, the Lexington here as our 100% mark as well. We see actually that the MG5 on this build here with the Petrov backpack then is actually ahead of it, and that is pretty impressive, of course. This is, of course, with that 60% DTA rating. And LMG is definitely a decent pick here. They can compete with ARs. The downside, of course, is the first shot isn't as accurate as an AR because it becomes more accurate as you keep firing. The first shot on an AR, you can hit a weak point, for instance, and make a wave go by much more easily. You can't do that with LMG. And of course, the suppression mechanics. That's the big downside of LMGs. I wish they actually would address that maybe a little bit and actually remove it. It's not of benefit to LMGs. But it is also not completely game-breaking. You can also just kill the enemy before they are suppressed. Here and there, though, you definitely will suppress enemies with LMGs. We see then with rifles, the rifles are quite a bit behind. That is, of course, here as well. Their second stat is 17 crit damage. This adding into a pool that is already heavily diminished in crit damage when it comes to Umbra, because we're going into the 300s here with these rifles. That is pretty high, and we're not extracting much from there. And that is also the big downside of rifles at the moment. That second stat needs to be much larger or maybe something different. Because when SMGs have 21 crit chance, why do rifles have 17 crit damage? Less crit damage and also, yeah, a worse stat, basically. So I hope they maybe in the future kind of look at that. Then here, if we want to compare Exodus and actually to show the build in-game, if we swapped in, as we saw in that build picture, a mask and took out the Coyote and then brought in an Exodus, what does that mean for our build? How much do we lose? And this is kind of around the same numbers as with Striker, with this 20% headshot rate and, well, especially that 20% headshot rate, because, of course, the balance of crit chance, crit damage kind of shifts. So as you alter that number, this number shifts around a little bit between 96% and a little bit less in the 95s as we have here. But it's always around that 95%, and that means that we're losing around 5% damage, especially with against the Coyote in the right range, so that's 15 to 25. But actually, if we're using the Coyote in the wrong range, as we saw, we do drop a little bit of damage. Between those, it's kind of like a little bit over 3%. That already will feel kind of like when you have the Coyote in the wrong range. And we're gaining so little from crit damage at this point that the Coyote being at the short buff would actually falter a little bit. The thing is as well here, we're setting the Exodus up to be at 60% crit chance by itself, of course, kind of going by as if we're solo, because we're going to consider that mostly. If you're getting a Coyote from a different source already, it is less of a loss between Exodus and a second piece, Grupo, for instance, that you could put in there. And yeah, that does mean that it is a loss, but of course it comes with its own benefits. And we'll discuss those as we go into some gameplay. I should have said as we go into some gameplay with it, because first we're going to Go to the Talons one, and this one should be just 3 minutes or something. This one. All right. But before we do, let's actually give a quick look to what talent we want to equip. I have talents damage calculators, talent DPS calculators, as they can put out in the same way. We input a build into those yellow parts, and we get out for all of the talents, or well, not all of the talents, but most of the talents that we kind of care about and can be quantified in a decent way. We get our DPS results out, and together here as well, actually even damage per mag. I've made that here for the Umbra because, of course, the Umbra is kind of special as it's going really high into rate of fire and also really high into crit damage. And Killer and Measured, of course, were overall picks that we would really go for, or still do, of course, for instance, with Striker. But both of those pools are getting touched quite a lot by Umbra stats. So what we see actually with Measured, where on Striker it is closer to an 12%-ish gain, 13%-ish gain, depending on the build. Here it isn't on the average when we average out the first half and the second half. On the burst DPS here, which is these numbers, we're gaining 9% kind of. Now that is quite a loss, of course. Killer as well. This being a lot of crit damage here. It's around the 12%, where usually it's around the 15 to 18, sometimes even 20%, 120% range. Killer, of course, also getting affected. But the thing is, though, we don't have good alternatives still, because it also Strained is getting hit by it. With how high our grading is on the weapon, and this being a full red build, Optimist is also pretty low. So they are still our overall best choices. So I will be going with Measured, and I'll be going with Killer still. But also we'll discuss a little bit Pressure Point. Because Pressure Point that came in with this season, especially the goalie, the named one, that can be a decent pick for 20%. But of course, only really if we're going against certain factions, or we have certain allies with us, or we have ways of triggering, for instance, status effects by ourselves with our skills and such. But going up, for instance, against Outcast, Pressure Point could be a pick, specifically actually the goalie, because you want that 20%. Here at the 15% that this adds, of course, this is for the normal version. I would prefer the goalie, as the Fall is a decent pick, instead of going, for instance, Lexington with Pressure Point. Other picks we could go for as well is just Ranger, because Ranger doesn't care about the multipliers on the build. It is its own separate multiplier, of course. And seeing as we're generally wanting to be outside of 15 meters, Ranger is a decent pick here. But overall, I think I will stick to Killer especially. We can trigger it quite often. Also, our crits are very large here. So the chances, as we discussed in a past video, and if you haven't seen that, do go give that a look. The chances for Killer triggering isn't 60%, as just looking at it for a second might seem to be, as of course it requires crit hit to kill. Killer will activate inordinately a lot on Umbra, because as the crit damage becomes bigger against the normal damage, which of course, like on a normal build, is kind of like this and this. Let's say here the crit is like all the way there. It's much more likely that that shot will make the killing blow versus an uncrit shot. So Killer is still a very good pick here, because we will, in general, if we're also getting our stacking right and are at 100 stacks, we will generally get the kill shot being a crit shot, because we would need to do several non-crit shots to reach that amount of one crit shot that could just murder the enemy. But yeah, having discussed all these, let's actually load this up and take it into some gameplay. We'll start off kind of solo. We'll go into a few missions and bounties. Yeah, we'll... let's take it back to DC. I'm happy with that one. Although the hand, but like, oh, it's because I turned the wrong way. It looked almost the same, but yeah, I did run.
Safe area entered.
Yeah, that my brain can't do that. Mirrored in the wrong way. Kind of thing. So how long was that? That was 4 minutes. So how long was the other one? Also 4 minutes. So yeah, we cut that down by quite a bit. So the total of this is then 36. Okay, so that's kind of, yeah, that's kind of okay. Let's swap this back into just the normal form. Oh, actually, this first, of course, and then this.
This dude comes in here the other day, wearing cargo shorts and...
So I first want to run it with this, and then with LMG, and then with rifles for some things. So likely we'll do a mission first. Something quick. And then we'll run the LMG version for maybe some bounties. Together with the glove. So let me turn this on, actually. A little bit of a fan as because I'm talking so much, I'm kind of sweating. Putting the brain on full blast. So do I start maybe... Oh yeah, so modifier off first of all. And... yeah, let's... what do I have actually AR-wise? So let's go with a fall first. But then this one can become killer. Oh, also, yeah, I should take a bio break real quickly. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna be right back. I'll take a quick bio break and then we'll head into here. And I'll be right back. Yeah. Let's back. Let's be in this scene. Haven't seen Fenris in a long while. Oh, yeah. Thing is, although actually I'm kind of leading maybe like now. It's to have had Cheska already on the build picture there as well. Because yeah, grading has gotten up so high. The thing is, with 0 grading, that's Fenris is going to be way ahead. But yeah, grading has gotten so high actually that Cheska is not a pick, which I wasn't still coming to terms with apparently. As I've forgotten for years, yeah. Yeah, let's record an intro to the gameplay segment, and then we'll go and go find something. Sir, can I help you? Yeah. The dangers of standing out. Wait, I'll start with the Lexington and I'll equip that just to kind of... because I want to run it first with an ungraded weapon and then we'll run it with a grade level. Yeah, everything's set up. And for our first piece, we'll take it out with the AR version. We'll go do a mission in a second. But also what I wanted to talk about here for a short second is we'll run it first actually with an AR that isn't graded. I'll grab a fall here just as a one to run, for instance here. We'll run it with killer still. And as well, I'll have the modifier off except for one segment at the end. We'll run it that way then. But for most of this, I'm going to keep it without the modifier just to also not tie it to a certain season, of course. But here, especially without grading, that Fenris is a little bit ahead. And that's actually the thing. We're reaching now the point at 28 grading where if I'm going with that grade 28 and I'm staying at that mid-range, as we kind of saw with the numbers, then actually Cheska wouldn't be the worst option and actually would be the better option as long as we're staying in mid-range and longer and as long as we are highly graded. But here, with an ungraded weapon, this Fenris is definitely ahead. We'll take this into a mission here and let's start discussing this build in combat. I said that we're taking it in a mission twice. I wasn't sure if I had said it, and then when I said it the second time, I was like, I've said this already. Which mission do we do? I was thinking DCD here, maybe. Do we do Jefferson Plaza? Just because it's Umbra? I think invaded DCD is not a bad idea. Also, I can show the key chest as we go through it, because I would never otherwise show that. So wait, if I just wanted Scavenge skills, that would be turning on special ammo, right? Or that's not in missions, right? Because in missions, it does it the right way around. Well, let's go try for a second, but let's do it in a different mission so I don't mess this one up. Or like there isn't pieces lying around because that's just weird. Because I wouldn't mind Scavenge skills, actually. Scavenge skills is a benefit quite often instead of a downside. So if I just take this,
You're gonna need to
just go quickly in here and kill one person.
The hyena stole from Air Force One. Our hyena insider says whoever's posted in the old CEO's office.
At least there's no special ammo
should give you
markings.
access to the vault.
Yeah.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
I wanted to die there. Easy way out. Okay, so yeah. So Scavenge skills, yeah. In missions, it's that. Okay. And then the open world breaks through. Let's go do that over here because I'll take Fire Fog of War and Scavenge skills. And nothing else. Spinning away should get the buff to the One Piece talents to make them competitive, yeah. And Umbra is actually reaching that point because last time I kind of looked at it was at 20. And then Fenris was still like firmly ahead. But here as well, if I'm running ungraded weapon. But actually, I should have maybe had that a little bit more at the start. Yeah, so let's be at this mission screen and then we'll start it here. Yeah, let's get it going. And for that mission, we'll do Invaded DCD, as it is a quick mission, kind of showing the mechanics here in a controlled area. We'll take two directives there, Fog of War and Scavenge skills. I don't mind Scavenge skills at all on a red build. And the initial thing, of course, with Umbra, as we kind of discussed, just to show it in gameplay. When we go into cover, we start building up that from the shadows, as we have it there. And then when we get out of it, we have the buff, and then it starts decaying pretty quickly. So we can build up the buff. We can build up the gear sets bonuses while out of combat, while just not started yet. And that's also the thing with this. Instead of Striker, we can actually hit hard from the first go if we do it right. So here I'm gonna do the ambush tactics that Umbra is very much about. We get out of cover and we can quickly kill. And there's definitely benefits to having it work that way for you. Here as well, scavenge skills actually allowing me to pulse a lot more because we pulse and we grab a few pickups and we'll be back at it. Here as well, because I want for the next room to have those pickups. I'll try to shoot at the drone, although we didn't in the end. Here as well, let's actually show one of the things that gets missed a lot in this mission is if we go upstairs, there's no reason combat-wise to go upstairs in the invaded version. In the normal version, you run up here, of course, to fight some enemies. But in the invaded version, there's a key chest here. So seeing as we do want all of the loots, we'll take that and, of course, give this guy an even bigger smile. So yeah, do you get that before going downstairs here? Then as well, we'll see the one door that truly is invaded as well. But Umbra is, its benefits is, yeah, it can stack out of combat. Here we'll see this door. Normally, of course, in the normal version, you shoot the box, that opens the door. In the invaded version, it's the other way around. You open the door, that blows up the box. That's how you know it's invaded. Umbra's effectiveness at the start of a fight is actually its big benefit. And that's why it can feel pretty good. With Striker, you're always starting out at your weakest and you're becoming stronger as you go. Now, you can, of course, ACS stack to kind of mitigate that a little bit, but Umbra's effectiveness of just getting the numbers down at the start should not be ignored. Especially as we saw at full stacks, at this part of it, with the same weapon, we are doing about the same as Striker, but then Striker would extract more from the killer that we don't have active actually at the moment. We have it there now. Striker would gain more percentually from killer, so it would be talent-wise still a little bit more ahead, even though it was also ahead just by numbers, but not by as much as it was in the past, because in TU22 last season, Umbra got a pretty big buff. And the thing is as well, even when we're in cover, we basically don't have the buff up. And as you can see, I can still quickly kill anyway. But it's quite the big difference between being in cover and out of cover. As we saw, the out of, or when we don't have any stacks or we're not utilizing our stacks because we're in cover, we're at around 60-ish% of the maximum output at 100 stacks. That is quite a big difference, but it is still a red build with all red crit chance, crit damages underneath, with a Coyote, with its brand bonuses towards that. Even without the stacking, kind of in the same way as Striker, it can hurt quite a bit. It hits hard enough, especially here on solo scaling. But yeah, if we do it kind of right each time, and especially as well, I'm setting up in mid-range Coyote as much as I can if I get the choice. As we saw, the build is very much set up for to be in that mid-range. The second, we go into short range with the way that our crit chance, crit damage is set up, especially because we're so reliant on crit for the build. Even though we get a big increase, of course, as well in RPM, crit is a big component of that. Of the damage of the gear. And each time we want to kind of charge it up if we can before the fight. That's also the biggest downside of Umbra, in my opinion, and why I generally don't run it much in groups. Now, in coordinated groups or such, where people are kind of waiting for each other, or if you're, for instance, in Summit and you're with some people that are polite and everybody's being nice and waiting for each other, you can definitely just lean up against the wall, charge up your Umbra before going in and such. But for the rest of it, if I'm, let's say, in a countdown and just everything's happening quite quickly and you're kind of running and such and everybody's quickly moving, it's kind of hard to go like, okay, guys, I'm just going to be in cover. I'm ready. Like it's a little bit awkward. Now, in a solo situation like this, we have much better control over those things. Same as well, if even in duos or something, or in smaller teams or in coordinated teams where people will wait for you if you're kind of a little bit behind or such. And as well, we can see that the buff, because I did it at the start of this fight kind of, and it's staying up long enough. It's still not at the 50% mark, for instance, where we saw that it does lose quite a bit, but we're still, you know, we still have some damage there, as that Warhound does its jump up, but without an animation. And here as well, Scavenge skills, which is one of the directives of this season, is not something that is hard to deal with as a red build, especially in a group setting, because it drops on Scavenge skill, as I often call them, skill tissues for our skill issues. Each of those skill tissues, any kill that happens, it doesn't have to be yours. Each of those will drop one. So in a group setting where there's also more enemies in general, that will drop more of those. And as well, actually every weak point we destroy will drop one of those. So actually if I, for instance, on this medic, shoot his backpack out, and this heavy, I shoot his backpack out, and then his chain, and then kill him, there's 3 there, basically. Overall, in group settings especially, you will get your skills back much faster than the other way around. I'm gonna put some shock rounds here in my LMG. I was expecting this wave to already actually be kind of spawning. They'll spawn here in a second. We'll go from the side here and kind of surprise from the side, although they already ran out. And yeah, we should be aware a little bit better of our charges there, although we were still half stacked there. And then the thing also becomes with Umbra, because we want to leave cover and then fire, tall cover becomes our best friend. Because if we are against short cover, when we pull out of cover, of course, we're kind of exposed. We're completely exposed to everybody. Instead of that, either being against tall cover, where you're kind of peeking out around the side and hiding a room, fighting 1 versus 1s as much as you can. That's the better deal. So for instance here as well, I'm going to go all the way up here, kind of excluding those guys. I'm going to actually set these guys on fire in the meantime. I'm going to charge up actually my laser. While we're charging up, we can still, of course, shoot and kill, because we might as well. And then we'll pull out, kill these 2 real quickly first. Well, actually, that Warhound first. I'm kind of pulling away from the edge, so those guys can't shoot me from downstairs. And then we'll deal with these guys upstairs here. More will spawn in a second. Kind of saving my pulse for here. And yeah, we want tall cover like this, so we can pie a room, make it 1 versus 1s, and in doing so, we don't have to expose ourselves all the way. I'm actually going to close the distance here, even though we'll come back for some loot in a second. I'm actually going to charge up myself as well, but while I'm charging up, I might as well put some shots out and then finish this guy off. Now, there's actually a loot back here. We'll go and get that. And I don't mean just this drop. There's actually a crate back there, which oftentimes gets skipped, and you shouldn't. So, no loot left behind. I'll gladly leave behind, you know, Kelso, Manny, Espinoza, teammates, but yeah, no loot left behind. Let's take this now to the boss fight. And actually here for the boss fight on the Invaded here, we've already showcased this on one of the things and stuffs, but this is one of those places where you don't want to do the objective right away. And actually here we'll also have a little bit of benefit by being Umbra over Strikers, the rare cases that happens. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go outside. I'm going to actually charge up a tiny bit, just so we can quickly kill these snipers. The objective here is, of course, to destroy the Black Tusk helicopter. So what quite often happens, we come out of this door, and if you're with randoms, quite often they just unload into this chopper and instantly destroy it. What you can do much more easily is this. So I'm actually going to blow up both barrels. That will damage it heavily, but not destroy it yet. I'm going to go up here all the way. I'm going to sit in cover here, charge up my laser. Because that's basically what Umbra is all about. You just sit in there, charge up your laser. And then, when you're ready, when I destroy this, this is when the boss spawns. And, sorry, what boss? Yeah, that is much easier than letting that boss escape and chase them all around and just... It is quite often, if there is an objective, actually try skipping the objective and see what happens. In a lot of places, you'll be surprised that actually it's usually easier to skip the objective until it is required. For instance, in another place, Tidal Basin, you have to also blow up choppers. If you don't blow up the choppers, you actually get a free out of combat out of it. And that can be handy, not per se needed, but yeah, an extra full heal is definitely welcome. I'm trying to find this person. Oh, there they are. I found them with my face. Let's gather the data, which is our final step here. They want to pick up with that, but...
It's another black eye for black
and
dust.
indeed, another black eye
Good thing
for
we're
black
cleared
dust,
out of that
as always.
compound.
So sometimes it's handy to actually not do the objective right away. But for Umbra there, for instance, on that boss fight, now, of course, if I was a striker, I would just open up with the ACS when that boss spawned. But there we could be at full stacks, ready, and ambush an enemy. That is kind of the thing that Umbra can do better than other builds. But is it completely that it's gonna, change everything? No, because Umbra has been around for a while. It got buffed last season. I quite enjoy it, definitely, especially as we saw here, as just a running gun build. I could do this mission with Striker, but I would be playing it differently than I'm doing it here. And just that little bit of difference is actually just enough that I need that to kind of keep it new and interesting. I'm trying to max out with this. Let's take it actually into some bounties as well and discuss it further. There we go. First segment down. Please don't be 50 minutes. No, 12. Okay, that's actually faster than I thought it would be. Even with the showing the loot and like talking about the chopper thing and stuff. I'm taking that likely, actually. Might as well keep a second one now that we have some stash space. Yeah. Let me catch up on the chat here for a second. I was kind of in my own world. As yeah, for those coming in, we're recording some stuff for a build showcase. So we're some kind of in that mode whenever the chat isn't up on screen. You know why. Let me catch up here. Does the shield count as cover with Umbra? No, you have to be in cover. But the shield counted, that would be way too easy. Neobryn was the most skillful player, or wait, what's it? Skillful player skills built to use in Division 2. Oh, you mean just like requires you to have high skill, like having good aim and stuff. I mean, Regulus, Headhunter. If you're really good with aim and stuff, not much will beat Headhunter's Fury with Regulus or a high-end Headhunter with Regulus. If you can hit all those heads, it's amazing. Same as well, actually, for even like running Hotshot without Determined requires quite a good aim. But yeah, especially the Regulus ones, or like because you're in close range, you need to like if you miss your target with like a Hotshot, you're miles away. You have 2 more shots if you need to hit that. But if you're with the Regulus, you're likely in the thick of things, and yeah, you need to hit your shots, otherwise you die. Every bullet of shot is right now. A couple seasons since that change, yeah. But yeah, in the end, it can be helpful for things like ACS and stuff, but you end up just with other talents quite often on shotguns, so it doesn't come up much. And hey there again, NGN, and good to see you again, and thanks for the kind words yesterday. And yeah, definitely, it's weird to be, I'm definitely a little bit starstruck about it. It's still kind of just like, as I have enjoyed your content for ages, and then kind of getting praise is kind of. But yeah, definitely I enjoy your stuff as well. Do I stream every day? I generally do, actually. Most evenings. It ends up when I have to work, which, for instance, this week will be Saturday, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to Sunday. either, but if I'm not working, I'm streaming basically. So, and yeah, thanks for the kudos on it. I quite enjoy it. For me, it has become actually a thing that I definitely look forward to, and even as an introvert, which generally I'm not too much about like making it, or I'm usually much more quiet and kind of in the corner. In here, I'm kind of in my element, I feel, so I kind of enjoy it quite a bit. And as well, today we're recording some parts, because generally most of my videos as well are, except for the shorts I usually do off stream because I need to do a ton of retakes, so it's kind of boring. But the build showcases and stuff, I generally record them live, even like this. Yeah, let's go do a bounty. Where do I want to go? Maybe we show this area. We haven't showed this in forever. I'll try to do 2 bounties in here. And then as well, I'll go one with graded AR and then one with one with graded AR, one with LMGs. Now we'll see, actually. I want to do maybe a mission in group, and then maybe we do it with people from stream. Sometimes I would match make for it, but yeah, let's start this one already, and yeah, let me catch up on if I missed anything else. Oh, that was Brando earlier. That was in the game. Likely they did see me. To send you a photo of hybrids. I've been working. Oh yeah, definitely do. Elite and hey there. That one says. Oh yeah, definitely. We'll figure something out to do there. Oh, also I'm not concerned about that at all. It's just more. It took me a minute to kind of just acclimatize and go, not fangirl out, which is not really my MO anyway. So I'm kind of more surprised at myself, but yeah. And also cool to see, somebody be active and such as well in the community. That's always nice to see. As I myself, I'm actually quite often, a little bit more hidden away with the community or from the community. For OD Carnage, how do you typically get started in regards to hollow points? Just if your specialization, grenade, because when you're starting the fight, it's usually pretty easy to either, if you're gunner, foam, if you're and otherwise a skill to start it with. Like Jammer Pulse is an easy way, foam is an easy way. Now as well, this season it isn't cool skills anymore, so those are pretty easy. That's what I said about that. Indeed. And hey there, Jan. So let's go get set up here.
Nobody works harder than you.
That's even they're even complimenting me in the game. Now I feel awkward. Yeah. Let's go back to here. Let's set up to record. Because I'm gonna just be in cover here already and kind of talk about that. We're gonna run a grade 25 weapon here, and then for the second one we'll swap it to the LMG. Yeah, that's right, LMG. Well, thanks, Bob. Oh, definitely plenty of people work way harder than me. Yeah, so this, that, and then let's take a different skill, maybe. It's like a demolisher because we just generally don't often. Let's actually take let's take goalie because I want to kind of discuss that. Just because it is actually a decent pick for this. So let's just go into it like this. Although actually maybe I'm out of cover, so we see the goalie in full, in its full goal ori goal ori in its full goal ori. Yeah. Is there some sunlight here? Can I have some light, please? It's facing the other way. That was labored. It's really available for some. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, indeed. I remember you bringing that up, Jan. Yeah, I can see it maybe getting reported. The old name, but yeah, good to see you back. And yeah, let's record this. And here we'll take it into a bounty. I'm actually going to use grade 25 Lexington here, just to kind of show that as well, as we can gain, of course, this 25 will gain us around 10% basically on this build. That is actually, how much is it? Let's say a direct number. Why didn't I look at that number before? So it's going to be 240, oh no, 265 divided by 240. So yeah, 10.4%. Okay. So I was close. Because yeah, there's a Fenris plus 25. That's 10.4. Should have actually remembered that. Let's try that again. Let's delete that other one before we accidentally include it. Yeah. Yeah. And here we've come for a bounty. We're going to take out this Lexington grade 25. We're upping our damage quite a bit. This build having 140 weapon damage at its core. That 25 grading basically adds around 10.4% to our build. So 10%-ish, 10.5%-ish to our build, which is, of course, not negligible. As we saw, Killer itself, when it is active, is adding a 12%. So having high grading, of course, increases our damage quite a bit. We have, at this point, with especially grading going up to 28 with this season, we can extract almost an extra talent worth of damage just by expertise. Here as well, I'm going to actually grab a goalie. As we talked about, pressure point as Killer and Measured being two of the top picks are already pretty diminished for this. Optimist as well. As we talked about, Ranger maybe being an option, and Ranger definitely is, especially for kind of being in that 25, in the 20 to 25 range. But actually, goalie coming in with this season is a decent pick for this. And any status effect will, of course, trigger this. So if we are running alongside, let's say, an OD, now, of course, then we would likely prefer Sadist. But this also applying to all status effects means that even, for instance, when an enemy isn't bleeding, but for instance, as we'll go up against some outcasts here, they might be on fire, then we can have a little bit more consistency here. Now, is that worth the price versus Sadist? If I was running in a 4-man team with a good OD player, I'd pick Sadist 9 out of 10 times because, yeah, especially if I'm running with a good player that is playing OD correctly. Now, if you're playing with somebody that is maybe randoms and such, and there is like the OD doesn't really know what he's doing, the uptime on this will be much worth it. Here as well, I'm running it with a Demolisher Firefly just to, as well, use that as a skill to trigger for the goalie. We'll start off actually with the goalie. And yeah, again, the nice thing about Umbra is we can start at high damage. So I'm just going to charge up my laser again. And we're actually going to send this for that LMG guy. The thing with the Demolisher Firefly, and the thing that a lot of people kind of use it incorrectly for, I would say, is if I can, of course, target of this, that guy. But when he explodes, he will destroy the Firefly. The Firefly, if it's close enough to an enemy when it explodes and is 0 tier, like it is here, If it was 6th tier, it would survive that. It gains a lot of health as you go up in the tiers. But here, I especially want that guy's backpack on. He is the force majeure of these guys. If he gets set up, he can give me a lot of trouble. Instead, we'll make him easy for ourselves. And yeah, the Firefly is definitely a usable tool like that. Here we are with 0 directives. I just didn't want to deal too much with them. Using the Lexington, and notice actually how often Killer is up. And that is very much down to the balance between crit and non-crits mattering quite a lot when it comes to Killer and Killer activation rates. The activation rates on this are likely into the high 80%, especially when we have it active. Here again, we're kind of pinned down. A really easy tool is actually the Firefly, except that it fizzles out there because we want to show its good side, but yeah, sometimes it's still... What we should generally do is, I found, is not throw it from the side of cover. If you try it, throw it over the top of cover, if you're in cover and you're like in the sides, it doesn't work out too much. If you're on the top of it, it works out a little bit better. What we can do as well with the Firefly, as this almost is turning into the showcase about that, of course, is that we can actually quick throw it. So what we can do is double tap or set an instant use skill. And when we have that, we can just very quickly fire it off. And I actually first hit the wrong one, of course, and deployed my hive there. Let's actually use the goalie here as well. Although actually, that guy no longer has a pouch as it got blown up. Now, of course, the goalie, when we don't have any bonuses, is pretty bad. But when we have some bonuses, it can be pretty strong. Here, though, let's go back actually to the Lexington. Even though that one will also be unbonused until I kill this guy. That's, of course, the thing. For instance, I would be better off here. Just trying to foam this guy. We'll chase him. This guy's going on a merry vacation. He's going to be caught up by that. Oh, no, he's not. Ah. This is turning into a comedy of errors. But yeah, the nice thing about goalie is that we can actually get a bonus on enemies, for instance, there with foam and such. We didn't have that option. Disorient, foam, disrupt, all of those things did not have bonuses to them. And yeah, nobody has weak points there. Let's go back to Lexington. And yeah, I should be better about keeping up my stacks, although we were 2/3 stack. And yeah, the Demolisher is especially something that I would recommend getting a little bit into grips with, especially against LMGs. It's actually a pretty good tool against them. You just toss it their way, they will likely be completely incapacitated by it for a few seconds, hurting them quite a bit. And yeah, let's end the silence.
Good work.
Even though I've been speaking this whole time, so there was no silence to be had.
Keeping us safe, Agent.
And Manny thanks us for keeping him safe. Let's actually show, for those unfamiliar with this, I'll make an updated version as we have new ways of bounty cheesing. I'm actually gonna swap out this this one. Let's actually take a foam because that's also a really good tool to go with. We're gonna actually swap this to be an LMG now. I'm gonna take that MG5, and as we were talking about, going Petrov in this case is actually the way to go. I don't have a maxed out mod in here, but also that won't make a difference there. Let's actually use it with the LMG. The LMG is set up to be 1 crit damage mod and 1 crit chance mod. So it is with the third stat being crit chance, it is 14.5 crit chance. So against against the ARs that we were running a second ago, having 15 crit chance from 3 crit chance mods, it's kind of in that same ballpark. So it's now a 51.5. And yeah, one of the things that, well, actually, at this point, a while ago, we discovered is that, yeah, the bounty cheesing can be even done more succinctly here. Although normally this would be done with OD alongside of us, because otherwise we would eventually run out of ammo. But I'm gonna, yeah, try to start this bounty, and yeah, it did start right next to us. I'm actually gonna foam that, and even this on this character, for those familiar with it, nowadays it does go here quite often, so even without that specially set up world or specially set up character that would have not done any of the side missions, we don't need that per se. It isn't 100% consistent. Sometimes it goes to the north here as we do a little dance with this guy. And of course, this being Outcast, it is, as actually we're gonna run this LMG, of course. The Outcast bounties are somewhat the easiest. We still can't bring southwest ones over here, but yeah, we can still make do. I'm gonna actually up this guy's backpack, kind of facing that way. And of course, once we start this, it's kind of over. LMGs are a pretty good fit for this. I quite like it. Your firing time is quite a bit. As well, although the MG5 as we have it here as a 2-point-something second reload, which is AR style almost. But especially if you're going with an M249 that has a longer reload, every time you reload, you just go into cover and you kind of fill back up. So instead of waiting for a moment to go into it, you create that moment just by the reload. And yeah, some quick bounties, although yeah, here with just no directives or anything, so we're not making it too hard on ourselves. But also I kind of wanted to show this area again. And especially if you do have bounties here, you kind of go into here. The reason it spawned this close to here is that I'm technically outside of the bounty area, so further bounties from this zone will go here. This isn't still, if you have the option of having the bounty cheese version where you have it spawn from southwest, that's of course much better, but here for a quick show. Let's take this actually into maybe some group play with some rifles. Well, actually, before I take it into group play, maybe I take it solo. First, let's actually get our loot here. Man, this is like the third god roll, true god roll with DTAC Carbine 7 that is gonna live in the stash. I'll still hang on to it, but that's not sure. Because I don't think I'm using Carbine 7s on any character at all anyway. Oh no, that's not true. One of them has one, I think, still. That was a little rambly, but that's also kind of... That's kind of how that one goes. Get the look. Thanks for the kind words there. What are good Umbra builds? Well, for instance, this one. Just Coyote with specific weapon damage, or Cheska, and then 4-piece Umbra with the chest. The build showcase as well which will basically recording here will go up earlier in the stream as well. We're going to explain our choices there. Let's grab a rifle. And actually, first I'm going to do an activity. But then for after, I don't know if anybody's interested in maybe joining me for some or something. Exodus. Because yeah, actually we want to show Exodus and kind of want to show it solo first. At the very least first solo. 60. That's not gonna be. Or is it exactly 60? No. So crit damage there. Crit damage there, and I should be 55, right? Oh, 51. Oh, I need 2 crit transfers. Wait, did I change the... No. Doesn't matter percent. Those two will be much easier to spot. Okay. Yeah, let's take this quickly to like a vendor and just actually pop those. Pop those. Okay, so that was 9 minutes. So total running time is already 42 minutes. No, that's more than that. But these aren't opened. 59 minutes. So yeah, we're kind of on track for a normal build showcase. There's another 20 minutes of gameplay and then
Thanks for the deal.
an outro, and it's done.
Looking for something? I appreciate.
Looking for somewhere to sort this shit. Okay, let's take this to some activity somewhere. Well, we fought Outcast, we fought Black Tusk. Let's fight some either True Sons or Heinous, maybe. We could set up for this one and then jump and do this one real quick as well. Let me catch up here. We did the Ridgeway Pride build, so what gear did you use with it? There's actually,
Hostile
I
control
like
point nearby.
nowadays, gotta show it, on the build collection, actually Hunter's Fury nowadays with Ridgeway is actually pretty good because of Sadist becoming so much better. So, because I have also this high-end PFE, but character 5, Hunter's Fury. So Ridgeway kind of for SMGs, and then, but then the downside of this is this kind of sucks the second you go up against the Warhand. If you're not bleeding stuff, it kind of like you do barely any damage. But this kind of set up for Ridgeway. Otherwise as well, I do have actually a PFE set up around Ridgeway, and that one works well as well. Like this can, the thing is though that this compared to an Adrenaline Rush Intimidate, I much prefer that. This one though can actually out-sustain that one though, because especially during extraction and countdown, if you're just in the middle of a bunch of enemies and also maybe there's an OD around, then everything's bleeding anyway and you don't even have to do it, and then you're kind of unkillable, even more so than a normal PFE. So Ridgeway is actually not too bad now because of Sadist being so much better. So, and yeah, that was 415 and 514 on the build collection. So, also if you control F for Ridgeway, because I think both have Ridgeway in the name. So if you control F for Ridge, or even Rye, likely, that will find those. Carbon used to be the Dream Find, yep. Although even back then, I much preferred, well, FAMAS especially. But even then, like, I actually preferred M4 over it, over the Carbine. But yeah, that one is just gonna live in the stash, likely, for a long while. Straight to stash, yeah. What's the backpack effect? You mean just on the build I'm running here, or on Umbra itself? Because I'm running a Vigilance backpack so that we have, you know, the effect, the 25 total weapon damage from there. Umbra's backpack gives you more. These guys are fighting already. Let's maybe go set up here then. Umbra's backpack gives you increases the amount that it heals you. I've been selling online for 19 years since business. Yeah. There's something with Jane. Yeah, actually, Pamuk, if you're up for it. I'm just gonna do something. Yeah, what should we do in a group setting? Actually, because we've done a mission already, but maybe we do another mission. Because I want to do something in a 4-man kind of as well to show how clunky it can be in a 4-man. We could even show a little bit of a legendary, maybe. That might be an option. But first, I want to show this off, so... Because I want to shoot... Actually, yes, I announced that's being going into group play, but we're not yet. Let's actually... Can I take cover here? I can. Let's actually load in like this. The blue screen val ongoing builds rolled mostly on stats with glass standing during the sections high risk. Almost the alternative with the bleed and val command. Yeah, the triple ticks. Well, generally, I mean, give it a try because the version that most of us kind of go for with the triple tick, I have it in the build collection as well. Also, actually, yeah, if you're not familiar with the build collection, oh, this is the link to this folder. Maybe I do. Maybe I do that. So the triple tick is on character 4 somewhere. So OD triple tick. And actually here with the Pestilence, now the Pestilence being much better than it used to be, or with Iron Lung. Because while the blue screen is nice for just triggering it, it's not doing its own damage. So here, stacking up Pesty on top is kind of a good deal. But yeah, those are actually pretty nifty builds. OD being so much more powerful than it used to be. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Because in there we don't use the chest. So nothing changed for OD there. Pesty being so much better than it used to be. Really pushed that one. Also, second screen has 200 mag. Yes, but it does less, is the thing. Like, especially the Pestilence there, it being all red cores and stuff, it still ticks pretty well, so. Because the status effect doesn't apply to the Pestilence, but it's still another tick on top. That's why we go triple tick. Yeah. That one's well worth making. Actually, tennis is also available. Yeah, let me then record this segment. Basically, I want to just run solo and just show the Exodus Glove a second, and also running Cheska instead, and then with rifles, and then whole legendary would be way too long, I feel. But maybe we go for legendary if you guys are up for it. Oh, actually, with this shit, what I want. Also, just briefly to show modifiers, because I'm just gonna do 2 activities with this. But yeah, I want the spotting drone for a sec. And also, yeah, with that, I want it to be sharpshooter for the rifles. This is also the segment for a second about the modifier. Because how long is it generally? Like 20 minutes, right? For Legendary Roosevelt. We'll see. We'll decide in a minute. Otherwise, maybe we just do a mission. I want to just show it in group setting. Could also do a countdown, maybe even. That could be a place as well to kind of show. I want to show how clunky it can be in groups. Which, just to be honest. But first, yeah, I want to show it with the Exodus and also rifles. Yeah. Let's look at this. Before we jump into group setting, actually, let's show it here with the alternate that I kind of discussed in the numbers. Exodus Glove, going with that instead of the Coyote. Here we're taking the Exodus Glove, we're bringing in a mask. I'm taking a crit chance here on the mask, and then actually on the weapon. Here we have 2 crit chances and 1 crit damage. And that lands us... Oh, that's what we need to do, actually. That's a bad idea. That lands us on 61. We can land on 60, exactly. Right? Yeah. That's why I added this afternoon. That's why I'm like, wait, didn't I have it... Didn't I have it exactly 60? Yeah, so this is 55 and then 60. Because one of the things I wanted to talk about was exactly that. Because I wrote just some backpack. That's the part I forgot. Yeah, let's record this segment real quick and then... Hold on, let me delete the ones I already messed up there. And here, just before we go into some group play, I wanted to actually discuss both rifles for a second, and also that alternate version we're kind of discussing with the Exodus. Here I've gone with a Cheska backpack and then the Exodus. As we saw with the Cheska, it is actually, they're all pretty close. And honestly, at this point, if you are using high grading, like I am going to be with this rifle as well being on 20, honestly, Cheska is no longer as big of a difference. So you could definitely go that route, even though I quite, of course, lean still towards going for that specific weapon damage. But here we can make universal and basically make it universal for both the rifle and applying also to the AR, of course. So when we swap to the AR, we're not losing that much there. Here, with the Exodus glove here, and then with this Cheska, of course, giving us 8 crit chance instead. This mask is coming in with double crit damages. And actually on the weapon, we're taking 1 crit chance and 2 crit damages. And we're landing exactly on 60 flat. And that's actually kind of nice because we can actually, wait, what? No, we'll take all 3 crit chances. My brain is on fire, apparently. Yeah, we take all 3 crit chances, and the point is then we can flip 2 to crit damage if there's other coyote. That's actually the idea there. Take 3. Before we take it actually into some group play, first I wanted to both discuss a little bit rifles and also that alternate setup we were talking about with the Exodus gloves. Here we're also taking it with the Cheska backpack. As we kind of saw in the numbers, now that grading has gotten so high as it has, the difference between them is not big, especially if we're in the right ranges. So actually, if we are in for instance, for the Coyote at that 15 to 25, that works out pretty well. But here, of course, we don't even have a Coyote because we have the Exodus. We can land exactly on the 60 by taking 3 crit chance mods on the weapon here as we have it. And then as well, what we can do is if there are teammates, for instance, that have a Coyote, if we're running this in a group setting, what we can do is actually flip 2 of these crit chances to crit damages, because nowadays we can, because value-wise, they're equivalent to each other with that 10 crit damage nowadays. So if we just take 2 crit damage mods here, we're kind of set up to have a Coyote in the group, for instance. And yeah, as grading goes higher and higher, Cheska actually becomes... That's definitely a choice here. So you could just go for this. And then, of course, we have universality for applying both to the rifle and to that AR secondary. So we're not kind of pinning into one. And of course, I'm going to uncover already charging up. Here as well, I want to show modifier choices as I kind of already have set up here. Is, of course, having overdrive is one of the top picks here. If you haven't seen what microwave coils and Reaper scan can mean for you, we'll show that in a second, especially here. We are going with sharpshooter as a specialization, getting the recon drone. Critical momentum is still one of the topics. Even here with rifles with lower RPM, it is actually one of the better ways to charge up your amount of momentum. So yeah, let's charge back up. I'm gonna pop my drone. Microwave coils, setting stuff on fire, works actually exceptionally well with a recon drone. And sharpshooter as well, of course, giving pretty good bonuses when it comes to rifle, because we do gain a little bit of headshot from it. That stability is kind of nice. together with that also the spotting drone as we have it here. You'll see most of the enemies becoming blacklisted, but even here, I'm basically not firing, and my momentum is just going up. I'm not even killing stuff, and it's going up. And of course also CCing it for us. So microwave coils is a very strong tool because it also gives a lot of momentum. More so than just the CC, it is the momentum as well. Then here we have actually a bunch of tall cover. So I'm just gonna sneak into and out of these tall covers and deal with enemies. And just having one skill apply this much, both giving you tons of momentum, as yeah, I'm at the final stat there, the final unstoppable tier of it. And together with that, giving you a lot of momentum is maybe a little overtuned. We'll see if they address that, but for the time being, definitely one of the strongest tools that we have for the modifier of this season. Let's actually quickly grab this key chest, and we'll actually deconstruct our drone. Oh, actually, I've taken the key chest already earlier. We'll take our completion here. Let's actually go one other place, and I'm intentionally going to be way too aggressive. Let's go for here. And try to armor break. As yeah, we have the Exodus gloves, and what that means is that whenever we armor break, it triggers a smoke bomb. Basically, in that smoke bomb, for 3 seconds, enemies will not target you at all, really. And you will even be out of combat for a little bit. If you're not on fire or under a status effect or anything, you will actually get half of an armor bar back. One of the things is as well, if you actually time a weapon swap in that time, for now at least, it's a full armor. So I'm just gonna get smacked here. I'm gonna try to, yeah, swap there. And by weapon swapping during that time as well, instead of a half of an armor bar, we get a full armor bar, which actually I didn't know until today, as somebody brought it up for me. And yeah, as we can kind of see, just for doing activities and stuff, especially faster stuff like the territory controls that we're doing here, even though generally if we're going for XP, we would go for public executions. But for these ones, Striker quite often struggles to actually get the stacks up because, yeah, there isn't enough enemies, basically. Unless you stack with an ACS, you're not at full stacks. Here, though, yeah, we can control that we get them. The downside, though, as well with the Pulse, it has aggroed everybody in the neighborhood. Everybody's coming for me. But also, actually, yeah, it's even almost killed the red. In this time as well, when the armor has been broken, the smart thing to do is to just keep firing, because you have a few seconds before the enemies will actually target you. If you, in that time, can kill the enemy, of course, that is one of the great tools. Now, of course, this season does have fragile armor, and that is quite annoying with it. But yeah, it is a very good tool to have this Exodus. Okay. Let's go murder these. Yeah, cut it off there. And then yeah, actually, if Tennyson and Pumic, if you guys are up for maybe a legendary, maybe we just bang out Roosevelt as it's the weekly and stuff, and then I'll run Umbra for it, which I haven't ever done in a legendary, which seems like a horrendous idea, but let's do it anyway. And as well, if anybody wants to be our fourth. Do you let me know?
Another agent is now in your group.
Feels a bad idea for me to run this into a legendary. As well, let me actually jump into a voice channel in the Discord as well, just for my allies. And yeah, I'm not gonna run the that version, but I will actually run Jessica. Yeah.
Hello.
And hey there, Pumic. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Yeah, pretty good. Good so far. So far, so good. Yeah,
I'm
let's.
thinking about removing the two guys that sent me the friend request for the when I was doing the shepherding. Because they invite me instead of calling for backup, and now one of the guys decided to take a different approach, and he just joined me.
Oh yeah, this.
And I think he's been standing there in the White House with me for like an hour. Just, can we go? Can we go? Oh, I need help.
Yeah.
Hello.
I mean, the thing to do is just to
I've got what you want, Agent.
like see if they actually, speak English, and then just
Hey,
communicate.
he was like speaking English to me.
Okay,
He was
so
like, where can I get Elmo? I was like, Countdown is the best bet. I was like,
yeah.
can we try? I don't run it unless I'm playing with like a bigger group. It's like, no, I didn't mean now. I meant like an open world. Can we try?
Yeah. I mean
And
that's
then he just-
yeah. Sometimes they turn into
Another agent has
puppies,
joined your group.
Yeah.
but sometimes
And
you
it's
just have
like
to be
to-
firm about it and just go like, "Hey, sorry, dude, this isn't cool," and just let me catch up on chat real quick.
The thing is that he wants like everything. He played for 20 hours so far.
Yeah.
And he didn't even know where Lincoln is. He didn't know how to fast travel, and he's already like trying to get everything. Well, he doesn't know the basics for the game. I tried to tell him that, but he doesn't care.
Another agent
I
is
mean,
now
yeah, any
in
person
your
that's
group.
kind of that forward to also, just join on people or even just send a friend request out. Sorry. Those are our favorite item. This isn't great training wheels for glass. Yep, actually.
Oh yeah.
Love
Oh,
that.
man,
That's
so-
from Gamma. Yeah, especially now that like that weapon swap. Although that seems a little, into bad territories, but yeah, it's at least
group
if you.
already.
Oh, actually, yeah. Who's willing
was
to
quick.
sit it at for maybe a bum in here?
I mean, I can leave the group I can leave it for someone else if they want to phone.
An agent is no longer
Make it
in
easy.
your group.
Yeah, maybe if the thing is, I would love to. Yeah, actually, thank you, Open World, there for I would love to have you in the foam here because like we both know where it's going to happen exactly. So because I'm going to be talking as well, and just my brain is not going to be as effective, basically. But yeah, thank you, Open World, for sitting this one out. We'll get you in on the next one. But yeah, Bomb, if you whenever you're ready. Oh, and just because, just so everybody's aware, we're gonna do it without the modifier. So, just the drone is not gonna
I'm
be as
foaming.
useful here.
I'm foaming. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, actually, you should care. That overdrive every 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
I mean, I've been. Oh yeah.
You
That's
can
true,
just
but
overcharge
so far,
phone.
I'm
Yeah.
used to running foam without overcharge that much. So
Let me catch up on the chat here, and then we'll go in. The Deltane's back. Anyone done a refactor build? There's actually some in the builds collection. Yeah. I've done 2 already. One with status effect, one with just turret drone, and then also altered into mortar, basically. Those are in the build collection. If you search for RE, although that will bring up a bunch of regen builds as well, but they're RE and then the rest of it. I prefer them to for and similar weapon parts. This one have a higher. The Para is overall the best of the 3, but the M249B has the best skin. So
yeah, that's why I'm running that one.
yeah, actually, then that one here, but yeah, that's the gold skin one. So generally, that ends up being one of those. This element is with blue screen is more variations and such a group is open, so no worries. Also as well, it was kind of open, but then yeah, we had for once way too many interest than too little, because that's usually sometimes the. So legendary. I'm gonna run Umbra in legendary. This was an idea. I'm gonna do a quick intro and then we run in.
Okay.
And then yeah. If you need to yell something, Pam, for like, you know, not wiping, feel free to if you need to.
Yeah, I'm just stuck this that's all.
Yeah. That is got a glimpse of it. Does a lower tier skill damage keep up well? I did in the end I went with a different kind of refractor kind of setup. Kind of depends which one you caught a glimpse of. In the end I went with it being red cores with crit chance, crit damages, glass chest, and memento. And with technician. Because I tried out a few versions. But that hasn't been. We'll add the final version in the build collection. And yeah, I'm gonna do a quick intro and then we'll rush in. And to maybe kind of show its power level here, we'll take it into some group play. We'll do the dumb thing and go into legendary. I have pulled together a crack team, crack men. This is men on crack there. Yeah, let's go. But yeah, we have a coordinated teams here somewhat, and they're gonna help me out, and of course compete with me, because actually, just to briefly show, a striker and another striker and Pamik doing the foaming duties. This is generally what we take into legendary as well: 3 damage dealers and a foam eclipse. And I generally bring it like that, as 3 damage dealers and a foam eclipse, because you could go with other things. Although, of course, Umbra, here in legendary, maybe in a group setting, I have a little bit more time to kind of get charged up, but also not that much. I'm gonna get that sticky out there. Also, we do not have the modifiers on here, as I wanted to kind of show them without, also to make this not dated or something. And yeah, I need to charge up my Umbra. I need to do that better than I am here. And we'll burn these down. Now, as we saw, I'm at the level, especially once it's kind of charged up and actually doing it right, I'm kind of at the level of an Obliterate Striker. Now, that isn't tons of damage, but that's also not nothing. That is a decent amount of damage, as I have my sticky kind of on the wrong button there. That's why I deployed my high. What we want to do is, yeah, definitely not let those guys kind of get back up. Here as well, I did my in-cover part, and I'll charge it up again a little bit. But there, even being out of cover for a decent amount of time, it didn't turn into me losing all my stacks. I was still halfway charged up for most of that. I am curious, though, at the end of this, actually, how I'll stack up against 2 full-blooded strikers as well. Here, though, I'm giving myself the best chances with a high Lexington, graded Lexington, for instance. And here we want to make sure that we kill the mini-tanks pretty quickly. So the thing is here as well. Pamik is running a version that is with a little bit of healing on it. That means that I'm gonna just rush it here. I'm gonna touch one there, actually. This is a decoy, actually. And yeah, we wanna. That means that the EMPing is up to the red players somewhat. So that's why I'm running an EMP sticky. And that little bit of healing on the Eclipse is actually a really good choice for consistency's sake. So if we were kind of doing this like on the fourth run, we might not need the healing, but on that first run, definitely a worthwhile one. Because actually as well, I haven't done Roosevelt in a little bit. Here, the snipers are our primary goal. And I should actually be much better about being in cover and then popping out. And charging that up. I should actually have gone and EMP sticky this guy, but I failed to do so. I'm talking and gonna. Talking and playing is actually hard. That's also quite why I not often actually go for showing legendary gameplay, because it's actually pretty hard. Especially not saying something stupid is actually the exceptionally hard part of it. And yeah, here and there going into cover, filling back up. But the thing is as well, for instance, in Legendary with a decently coordinated team like we are here, we kind of know each other playstyles and stuff. Me and all the people here have played quite a bit together. So we kind of know what we're doing. Then as well, things like, for instance, the general advice that is always run Chest Striker in Legendary doesn't actually hold up always, because here, even if I wasn't running Umbra, I would likely run an Obliterate Striker. And I'll go for that dog. Get him out of the way. Because, and it isn't that it is that we're on Legendary that dictates that, because as well, it is that we have, you know, teammates, and those teammates, depending on how good they are, if I was in a team that I knew wasn't gonna do too well, it's much easier for me to get stacks because nothing is dying as fast, of course. Let's get the doggy. And the back spawn is coming in. So what we want to do here as well, we're kind of familiar with the spawn. One of the things that matters the most for Legendary is kind of knowing the spawns and how they happen. We need to fall back here pretty quickly to actually not be in time at all. I'm gonna actually take a minigun up against the minigun. When two miniguns fight, miniguns win. Although I paid the price. But I got the two heavies quickly out of the way. The minigun is actually a pretty good tool. One of the things is that a lot of the specialization weapons are actually very powerful if used correctly. And in a moment where you need a little bit more damage, if you have the minigun ammo, it is actually pretty strong. I'm gonna go get the loot up here, and we'll also go for the loot up in that little sniper perch up there. Because yeah, as we talked about earlier, no loot left behind. The downside, of course, with the minigun, I need to put it away to go back into cover. We can't go into cover with it. I'm also gonna sneak back here and jump up here, which is a little bit faster than the ladder. And then, of course, I hate my shins, so we'll break them going down. We're making decent time here. The important thing with legendaries, as I quite often have the question, of course, like, what builds should I run in Legendary? Legendaries are much more about knowledge about where everything spawns. Now, that knowledge is firstly gained, of course, to just trial and error. We failed 1,000 times and now we know how to do it. But you can also benefit from knowledge of others and just use their knowledge and let them show you the spawn points. The spawn points are in Legendary are very consistent. Also, they're the same in a 4-man or solo, so they don't differ. I'm gonna actually be in cover for a second. Gonna push in. So I'm gonna first fire. Well, in cover.
Agent incapacitated.
And then, because I still do decent damage, so I might as well. It's better for me to even in cover kind of shoot than to not shoot at all, of course. Would seem obvious, I would hope. At least once combat has started. And send this all out. And we'll go get the key chest, of course. Alright.
Immediate medical assistance
I
needed.
missed the drones a little bit. I'll take a full burn resistance mod. Likely share it at the end. Don't think I need more of those. And here we have multiple sides to the fight. So one of the things I'm going to do is actually push it a little bit to the right. On this left side, it's mostly short cover. Over here, I have some tall cover. And as we were kind of talking about, tall cover is preferred for Umbra. Because I can be in this cover, and then when I pull back, I'm not exposed to everybody, but just the few enemies that are in front. I'm gonna try to spread that foam. I'm gonna try to keep myself safe as well, of course. And intermittently go into cover, pull back out. And actually, I have never myself ran Umbra in Legendary. I've definitely ran it in countdowns and stuff, and missions, and I do like running Umbra. That's also why I did want to, of course, showcase it. Although, the thing with it was there's definitely a ton of builds that I want to do before this, and that's also what we did, of course. But damage output-wise, especially now since it got buffed in T22, that was a big change to it. And as we saw, it can keep up with an Obliterate Striker at full stacks, but the way that Obliterate Striker stacks here, and, you know, it goes to the top and then just stays there, and these fights are a little bit longer. Umbra instead starts at the top and starts dropping away. That hive going to the ground, that means we're getting a supercharge here, because that's, of course, Pamik is running a BTSU with that. This as well is here to, for me, to get this mini tank, because yeah, we need to get the mini tanks here especially. They are the very dangerous target. Mini tanks hit very hard. And that does matter even in Legendary. We'll of course go for targets of opportunity, but we don't have line of sight. Oh. That guy just popped up right in front. And yeah, those guys got foamed behind there, but they'll be refoamed here in a second. Well, actually, they won't be, because some of the times, one of the things that happens, everybody will have experienced this at some point, but may have not known what is going on. They added some diminishing returns to the effects of status effect in PvP especially, but those changes actually also came into PvE. So enemies, if you foam them enough or do any special or any status effect to them, eventually they just wouldn't work anymore. Yeah, here we have 3 choppers. I'll leave maybe this early one to me so I can charge up. There's going to be one on the right side middle and one in the back, so the rest of you guys can set up for those. And you basically see them coming in. Then on the second wave is 1 chopper, and then the third wave is kind of this again. I'm actually going to set up kind of mid-rangey. And I'm very selfishly taking that first one just so I can charge up, of course. Is there help needed there? No. Because yeah, the second one is just 1 chopper, and then it's going to be 2 choppers just on the... Oh, that heavy is still there. But the person has the time to finish that out. There's going to be 1 chopper here again with a heavy. One of those middle choppers will also have a heavy. Here it always depends on if we can get the heavy in the back. And this kind of the thing with Umbra, I can start at full blast here, for instance, because we're waiting for a respawn to happen. So I'm not at a severe disadvantage against an Obliterate Striker. And I can kill the heavy plenty fast enough before they can become an issue. Although as well, of course, that foam there helping out. And I'm actually curious what the end result here will be. One of the things is on the normal edition of this, you can actually shoot this box that opens this. On the Legendary, that doesn't work. That trigger is not there. Just that's trivia to show there. Yeah, we see choppers leaving there in the distance. So we have this room, then we have the dog room, and then we have another room, and then the boss room. So we're most of the way there. And even coming into this room, that's sprinting, reducing the effects of the reduction when it comes to the losing stacks. That actually does matter there, because yeah, I did come into this room already half stacked, so I only needed to be in cover for like 2 or 3 seconds instead of a full 5 seconds. And yeah, that makes a difference. You have
Serious
tall cover
trauma
here.
detected.
Oh, I thought they were actually still inside of there. So for this next fight here, we'll have actually some warhounds only. So having some forms of EMP is good for us. See, all my allies have some. I have some too, and then actually Pomik will overcharge for us to have pretty strong ones. I'll take the first sticky. It's best as well to kind of let them. So save yours for secondaries. Just want them to be a little bit closer. There we go. The thing we want to go for as well is the butt of this sniper one. As you can see, I'm directly damaging its health underneath because there's a hole there basically. I wasn't charged up well. I should have actually, taken a second there and just charged up my laser.
System back online.
And yeah, whenever one of those sniper dogs dies, these will be affected. And then yeah, especially on the grenade ones, we can kill them pretty quickly by shooting the arm. Same idea. It is their weak point. So shooting there will kill them pretty quickly. I was still alive. One of the things I'll do here, if the shock ammo has survived, which it hasn't, you can grab some shock ammo quite often there. On we go. So I have one more room and then the boss fight. Which is 2 Marauders, of course. And then we'll go get some loot outside here. This one is often missed by a lot of people. This is in the legendary and also in the normal version, the not invaded version. So that loot is out there. And while we're not doing per se anything special here, I'll up this one as I'm full on keys. We're just trying to be good about getting stacks and keeping stacks and using that. Now, for instance, in that dog room, I definitely should have stacked up first and then go in. But it still worked out. Here, though, I'm getting carried a little bit as well, but not fully. I'm still doing my part. Like I'm expecting at the end of this that I will be firmly behind the strikers, but not hopefully by too much. And here we're kind of way outside of optimal, but for me to get into optimal would be suboptimal play. It's much better for me to just take shots there and just try to land them. And we'll get Pomik back up.
No, leave me. I'm resetting.
Oh, yeah, leave him for a reset. Because when we go in here, Pomik will respawn. And he will have all of his stuff again. And yeah, what we do want here is especially as well if one more person can have an sticky, for instance, because we have Marauders here. We'll sticky them. The easiest way to beat Marauders is especially using EMP sticky. What we want to try as well is let them not come way too close, but come decently close to us before we EMP sticky them, because the closer they are to us, the better that will be for our optimal range. Here, though, we'll clear out a bunch of these enemies. And here as well, Pomik has swapped to an FI. We see the FI buff and skills there. I'm gonna charge this up. I'm gonna already start shooting this guy. The second he comes a little closer. And yeah, we're just gonna keep that sticky attached to it. We don't need to detonate it. And I need to be better about my stacking. Here. A Warhound, he might be in our midst. Also just, making sure that we do kill some of the ads here. There's a little slight haze, and that's actually causing that second Marauder to not notice us yet, which is kind of good for us. we get to focus on the other enemies, and then we'll have to deal with the border. That's actually working out quite well.
Agent down.
I'm gonna get to him already. Yeah, we'll check in a second there. What I do want to do is be at... And every time we kill one of those drones, that will actually hit that... he'll hit the person attached to it, basically. So eventually they'll die. And we can actually likely get everybody down. Yeah, let's actually engage that Marauder now. We'll aggro it. What's the... Oh, actually the chopper spawning on top of us. That's fine though. Supercharged there. And yeah, sometimes the drone doesn't per se care that he's EMP'd. Apparently. But with our firepower combined, and now it's just cleanup. And yeah, there's a lot of tall cover there, so I'm in my element when it comes to dealing with enemies here.
An agent needs assistance.
And I'm gonna push together on that end. The heavy is already down. Well, actually, I'm gonna just get
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'll use the TDI card custom there with equipping it and then putting out my hive. Even though my hive already had more charges than needed. I wasn't sure actually how many charges it had there. But when it gets used up for me, it will use up whatever charges it had. And yeah, we're kind of making it messy on the end, but that's also just cleanup at the end is sometimes messy. And yeah, that's likely the reason why it goes here. That was that medic. Yeah, and we'll get all of our loot. We didn't get a bighorn, of course, because that would be shiny over there.
I did.
And we did get one there. And yeah, that was a quick legendary. We'll wait for the pop-ups to finish because this was also the SHT project or the season pass daily, and together with that, it was also the weekly legendary. So it's popping up a bunch of stuff. We'll see actually on the final numbers what we kind of ran. While we wait for that as well as like 3 more pop-ups. Let's actually go to the pier and show that loot position as well as that will be a place. Those crates will have been scaled to legendary as well, so will not leave any loot behind. Watch level up after watch level up triggers there. And yeah, let's go and get that final loot and our final results. Because there is actually even a comm-like thing, but it isn't a comm. You can interact with it and it will play an audio recording. And yeah, let's actually, on the final results, yeah, I wasn't in the same as with the strikers. Not to say that I will always be towards the top or anything. I'm not that kind of a player. People can very easily beat me. But here, of course, I am at a disadvantage with Umbra, as we kind of discussed. Strikers fits in so much nicer with Legendary, but this isn't as if I was running just some random jumbled mess of things. A purple build I could not get the same results with. I was still, you know, in the same billion as everybody else. A little bit less kills, but that's kind of fine. Umbra can definitely be used, even as the damage dealer, for instance, here in a Legendary. Let's go take it to a conclusion, and I'll give my final thoughts. Yeah, there we go.
You wanted an extra bighorn?
If you're willing, if you don't need it, or anybody else, if anybody else needs it. Because for me, it's just an extra one to put on a character. So it's not as important.
You don't need any rerolls. It has detook right away.
That sounds pretty tasty. Give me 1 second to... So that's 23 minutes in total. That's kind of fine, though. we'll go a little bit long just to show legendary there as well. Yeah.
Place it outside the loot zone if somebody deconstructs something.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Actually, yeah, I'll of course trade you for it because I got my own exotic cash here, and you know what's a fair trade? Here, have a Dread Edict. That's of course the same as. Because I was actually looking indeed for a few more bighorns. Actually, this is one of the characters that will be a recipient of one because I want to try it out on the
Thank
striker
you.
deck
Got
thing.
the exotic component.
Yeah. I mean that way you're not at a loss. Yeah, let's actually if you guys are up for it, because I want to do the outro in Coney Island as well. But we could just do the mission together, and I just in the middle of it I'll just do the outro, and then if you guys want to be in it as well, you can.
Yeah.
But also if you got shit to do, I understand. But let me catch up on chat for a second because I've been away.
We're gonna be doing outro there. Maybe I'm gonna find like a dark corner and hide in there with the hunter outfit, so you just see in the corner just flashing lights.
Yeah, that would actually be funny if one of you dresses up as a hunter there, and then the other two with like flashlight pistols, just like trying to like find them or something. Just make a one play kind of one scene play kind of. Because I can see your other people pistols here, right? I've never tried it here. I don't know if anybody can.
Yeah, I see your
Oh,
flashlight.
you see mine, right? Yeah. It's not the DZ style. Yeah. Yeah, that would be actually kind of cool.
Agent down.
Scooby just lost the will to live, I think.
I can help
But do
you.
you need to be... Are you trying to respawn or are you trying to... I guess he was trying to respawn. Or resetting something. Oh yeah, let me catch up on chat real quick and then we'll go in. Indeed game. The ever-present Pamic. But also, I would love it to have him there. That's always handy. You can carry me. Bad till the hunters show up. Actually, for hunters, it's actually not the worst either. Let's... Yeah, I'm okay on my equipment. Yeah, let's take some directives, right?
Yeah, why not?
Let's take we're up against Black Desk. Let's take special ammo and scamming skills, right? We'll just like not miss the ladder. Good set of Exodus without dying for the hunter. Oh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, backfire can trigger it and stuff, but it's gonna be hard out of combat. I think also it might have been just on cooldown still. Because sometimes it kind of breaks. I tried to also trigger it like at the range, but you have to unequip it and re-equip it, and it works one time. It's kind of weird like that. Also, yeah, I'm gonna turn on the modifiers again. Actually, check you guys if it like turned them on for you guys. Oh yeah, I see overdrives on cooldown for everybody.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
it's
So
on.
they seem to have fixed that, right?
Yep.
Which is nice.
Oh, maybe for this one I'm not gonna need it. Oh yeah, I have the right ones.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Bam.
But I need to sacrifice one of my loadout slots, or not chest striker, because this is a group where I just run mostly the legendaries. Because I have just the F5, like the F5 CC and all the CC builds. I just don't have a slot for non-chest striker.
Yeah, I have that often too.
Ma'am,
Let's actually go
the
for the
division
loot
managed to
here.
distract
'Cause I
Chernenko.
actually
We've
didn't
lost
loot
the
on the
asset.
last
We'll
one.
retrieve him later. Focus on Keener. What about the deal, man?
Take it
Fuck
away.
the deal. Fuck Chernenko, and
Oh,
fuck
it was
you!
that one was already
Tina
done.
is the
Okay.
objective!
Yeah, I did the ducks first. Saw it going for the other one.
Wait, I didn't saw your grenade explosion. Maybe I was
It's still loading.
blind.
The question. How much do you guys think the DLC will cost? Likely 30. 30 or 40 is my guess.
How much was Warney? 40, right?
30. When it
30?
came out.
Okay.
But I think now, you know, everything's basically 10 bucks more expensive. I want to be, yeah, because it's kind of,
Serious trauma detected.
it's, you know, expansion pricing more than
System reactivated.
at least.
Yeah, they keep comparing it to Warney, and if it's not as big, so I would say it wouldn't be more expensive.
Toward the Ferris wheel.
Yeah, but
Black
Wony
Tusker
is
staying
like
behind on the
4
street.
years ago,
Looks like a
and
trap.
Yeah.
price of games is now a little different.
Yeah, before it was AAA games, now it's like 16 A games. It's just like a whole paragon of just A's. Yeah, there's like 16 A's.
Yeah. When will they start with B? This triple B game.
Shit! These explosions are really messing up the park.
I know, I'll go get all the leads, including this. Actually, I'll even shoot this. Just take the fence out. So there's like a key chest in the corner there to get. I was about to pulse there just out of habit, just to like put everybody on the map.
Yeah, but
that-
not a great idea now.
Yeah. Just gonna cover all the way here. Oh. So we're just gonna go for that Warhound right away. Fresh pulse
now?
off. 2. Double sniper.
Dolores is moving through the haunted house up ahead. I'll keep an eye on the outside. Be careful, Agent.
Be carefree, agent. Oh, I forgot the crate over there.
Yeah, in the corner.
Yeah. Because there is one in the back there. Quite often forget this one when I'm kind of past there. Actually, I'm getting up as well here. Any PvP builds? I don't do much PvP, so I don't have much in the form of PvP. Jeremy. Yeah, sorry for getting back to that like 10 minutes after. That's actually in that legendary and stuff. Yeah, let's clear this room and the next room out, and then likely we'll do it in this room maybe.
Yeah. I think that's gonna work out.
I think this is
Trying to find the
creepy.
dark room somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not even doing the Umber thing anymore. That's how fried my brain is. Get the loot back here. Let's get all the pickups. Let's do get them also down. Let's clear out the next room and then...
Lloyd,
Also, this room has some possibilities. Although I think the other room is a lot darker, right? Which fits it better. Yeah, that was, I don't know.
You know, it's just where to stand. Just find that one place. I mean, like the good part where you could do it is the DOA ending part, where you make it the whole
yeah.
area dark, and you would just like pan through it, and at the end of the hall, it's just standing. Like the,
Oh, we
just
can do
the
that
watches.
here as well. It's dark enough. But we can also just, yeah, not have the thing there. But it's partially as well. I'm going to first kind of discuss it from here. Then maybe... and what's a simple one? Because for instance, this is kind of like a dark corner. Although I kind of want to have a backdrop as well. So what we could even have is maybe actually probably if you stand here, like where the pillar is. Because there it's
right
kind of
here,
dark. You kind of just disappear. Although, well, no, the I mean, the lights are kind of there, but because I'm thinking kind of like this.
Only if I could put memento. Oh, maybe I can put memento on just to have it. So just
For the look, yeah.
Yeah, this.
Because I think this would be the way to maybe have it and just you're kind of hidden in there. I just do the kind of the talk, and then once I'm through that, I'll kind of go into photo mode, and then maybe we do the reveal with the because if somebody shines on them,
There's somewhere like in multiple places.
Yeah, no, I think just this, and then like a pistol shining on you, suddenly revealing. Yeah.
Okay. Black gloves. It's kind of bad way to go in with full white outfit. Just all full white weapon. That's a hold Lexington. Why not make it black?
I think that will. So the red glowing eyes. Oh, actually, yeah. If you have the, I mean, you have the season one, right? The journey one.
Which one? Oh yeah, that one.
Last season journey.
Yeah, shiny eyes.
Yeah.
And just to add every possible watch I can, I'm gonna put the watch backpack trophy on.
All the watches.
I killed so many agents.
And then maybe actually we do something like that, because actually when I go into photo mode, if maybe one of the agents is kind of standing here, and then if you then then aim at him, this is the farthest I can go out here, and I kind of reveal him that way, kind of. Yeah, kind of like that. But then maybe we do it in 2 segments. I'll do first the kind of outro thing here, and then when for the... Actually, I should maybe try neutral lighting here. We're way overthinking this now at this point, but might as well. Because then maybe I do it in 2 segments, because I'll do that, and then we'll set up for the shot for kind of somebody revealing the hunter behind me. Also, it doesn't need to be too much, but some... yeah, neutral lighting. Apply. Ooh. Although in here it doesn't change it too much because this is a place that is already not scattering too much light.
Is there a way to destroy that? No.
No, but that's creating the effect kind of because you're kind of in the shadow. So when I go in my menu here, you're menacingly, like, most people wouldn't notice it, except that, you know, there is some red eyes there. Because I kind of like this, like the thing I have now on stream, just...
Gonna open it up. Yeah.
There's just a hunter. Just with my back turned to him as well. Ready to pants. Yeah, let's actually...
Maybe I can, if you stand in like that, I can move a little bit more to the left so my hand isn't sticking out.
Yeah, now you're kind of just completely... Yeah, that kind of works. Let's equip that there. And then, so yeah.
Oh, it's the drone. I'm gonna take the drone out. Let's put seekers on the back. No. Maybe drone. Like turret. Yeah, that works.
Oh, do a stinger hive if you can. That glows red as well. Or orangish. Oh, man. I also love the fog effect coming in from the side. Yeah, this kind of works. But yeah, so we'll do it then instead of just like in one segment, I'll do it in two. I'll do first my thoughts, and then for the like the, you know, if you like the video kind of part and like future videos, then I will, for that one, we'll go into a photo mode and set up for that. But I kind of like this as the background. Yeah. Jump into the game. Is there any raid communities to help farm the eagle bear? Yeah, there is, Joshua. There's a bunch of communities. Actually, if you're active on Discord, if you search for Division 2 or just Division, you'll find a bunch of community Discords. GC Rock, so GC and then rock as in the, you know, stones, is one of the popular ones. You can join up there and kind of sign up for being helped through a raid. If you're already familiar with the raids, you can also LFG in a bunch of Discords, especially the Reddit Discord is a place that gets used a lot because they have voice channels. Yeah, let me... and also, yeah, there's a bunch of other places, for instance, DFA and such, which is... especially if you're in Asia time zones, can be really good because they're Australian-based mostly. Although, well, actually, they're American-based as well. They're everywhere-based. So, they're planet Earth-based. Yeah, let's do the... So, yeah, I'm first going to talk about Umbra, and then... Oh, that's why actually, if what we could do as well,
that smoke bomb would be too cool, but I'm thinking how to trigger it without killing myself.
But actually, there's if you guys want to be hunters as well, maybe like because I kind of feel you guys are left out here. More if you want to.
How could we trigger?
Because we could have, for instance, one even back there, even, and then maybe even like one kind of. Scooby's. Yeah, you're out of combat here, so you would need something that like hits really hard, or set yourself on fire first, maybe.
I don't know if explosive sticky would wipe me fully.
Depends on how much armor you have. You could try it there. Although as well, I should grenades because you have yeah. So if you have a few blue cores, because blue cores, if you have blue cores, just a normal grenade won't kill you.
Okay.
So maybe give that a try.
Yeah, let's put. Yeah, now I have take up Catharsis.
I mean, if you just have like the way you're now, you're fine.
Yeah, I need to take up Catharsis just to have the option to put... But do I have them even on me, the exotic gloves? That's the question.
Ah.
Yeah, I think I have them on different... Yeah, I have them on different character.
Okay.
I mean, I can jump over real quick. I'm gonna try real quick if I just put this behind.
What we could do as well is, because we can have 2 people have it. Because what we could do actually is, just as the outro thing, just have a smoke bomb go off. And then you just like roll out of the way and just disappear. Or something. But then maybe Scooby could trigger his so that you can roll away right away. So you don't have to like be grenading yourself.
Yeah, it could work. If you
Because
would,
he could be kind of hidden more to the
way
side. Behind that
can be, like,
building.
standing behind or something.
Yeah. Well, so likely what we'll do is then like Tony Sim will come up like here-ish. We'll have that be the footage. And then Scooby blows himself up and then you kind of just get at, basically.
Does it even make that... It would be... It doesn't make that sound, right? What hunters make.
No. But also in photo mode, sound wouldn't be that much. But let's maybe go for that. But let's actually first do... because I think Scooby's dressed up as well. We're going to set up for just the outro initial part and then the photo mode part. Because that's the part. For here, just if we have kind of whoever wants to be enter and kind of be static in the background.
And memento on just so it looks nice. Okay, so I think that would work.
Is it Scooby if you want
hold all Carol in my hands.
Correct, sorry.
But yeah, that would block the watches on the chest, so...
Okay. Then yeah, Scooby's delta, he says. It's likely seeing us slide and stuff. That sometimes happens. But yeah, for now it's basically just Pomac in the background there, and then I'll wait though till Scooby either feels better or gets delta heads, because otherwise we'll have a group member has disconnected kind of message. Yeah.
An agent has
there it
disconnected.
is. And the thing is, when we have the pickups,
An agent has reconnected.
we can't kill ourselves with sticky, but Scooby doesn't use that, so it's fine.
Oh yeah, because of, yeah. Grenades work as well. Let's wait for Scooby to load back in, and then we'll set up to... Actually, can I set you up somewhere where it's...
I can move. You just
No,
stand
it's
somewhere.
more... You're in the right spot. I'm just trying to get it in... So that maybe I can bring out the stats, or maybe actually I'll maybe we'll do it like this. I'll start like this, and then when I start talking about it, we'll just remove it and see how many people notice it's in the background. Because it's kind of like a reveal, right? Because actually the load-in, I want it to be like this, because at the end of the last one, although actually no, we were at the stats screen, right? Yeah, I was at the stats screen, so... But yeah, usually I load into this, and then yeah, we can take that away and kind of reveal the hunter in the background when we talk about it. But yeah, let's me just first do this, and then we'll set up for the rest. And yeah, so we've reached towards the end of this Umbra build showcase. One that I've been wanting to do for forever, but also sometimes here and there going like, I'll do it next time, as sometimes more interesting builds came in. And that is also the thing with... Oh, actually, shit, I didn't do the thing at the start. I want to have it up for a minute, and then we'll review. And thus we have come to the end of the Umbra build showcase, one that I've been wanting to do for quite a while, as it is a build that I quite enjoy, and it is pretty easy to get together. It can work as a starter build. It does require a specific kind of playstyle. That is its major downside, honestly. But once you kind of get used to it and kind of run around with it, you kind of get into a rhythm. In the same way that a Negotiator can be a vacation away from Striker, so can Umbra. And just because it plays a little bit differently forces you to go into different positions than you normally would, as you prefer tall cover so much more than short cover with Umbra. And just those small changes actually change up the game quite a lot for me. Trying to extract the most out of Umbra is a quite enjoyable thing for me. Especially as well, with this season and these modifiers, they align quite well. We can, of course, have a lot of CC going from the modifiers. And this build, even though we are getting Rate of Fire, so we're not getting as much out of that as some other builds may have with the modifiers, we still, of course, get a lot on top, making the reloads a lot quicker, and especially as well, that overcharge from the modifiers is very nice. Without even considering the modifiers, though, Umbra is a build well worth having, especially if you are someone that maybe runs Strikers quite a lot. Consider Umbra just for variety's sake. As we saw with the Legendary and some of the other missions and such as well, it works out well enough. And there is enough power here to get through any content in this game, assuredly. But it is definitely, when you're running it, there is that niggling thing in the back of your head where it goes, I could be running Striker. That's the issue that I myself find quite often with a lot of the red builds, with how powerful Strikers is. It's gonna, there has to be something for the other builds to kind of get them past that. The healing on Umbra and such isn't powerful enough for it to be a worthwhile replacement for the damage of Striker. The way that, for instance, at least Heartbreaker has the bonus armor and kind of makes up for that. But yeah, with all those caveats, because yeah, I don't want to oversell it, but I also don't want to undersell it too much either. It is definitely a fun build. I quite enjoy it, and I enjoy it for that challenge of trying to keep those stacks pretty high, and then trying to also, for instance, in a group setting, trying to extract the most out of it, even though everybody's kind of trying to, move fast, which is kind of the meta of the game, is to kind of move fast. It kind of struggles a little bit, but that's also then the challenge of it. And if you extract the most out of it, it is more than enough for any content. And yeah, we'll cut it off there, actually. So I'll fade over into... Because now, we're going to photo mode. So yeah, if we have kind of... Actually, yeah, no, listen, if you kind of start where you were, and then kind of have the pistol out, and then you just basically move forward, and then go to this corner, and then kind of reveal Pomic. Let's try that. Yeah, that kind of works. Actually, I'm going to do it on controller as well, so I'm a lot more smooth. Hopefully.
Maybe when he's like from the angle, so I can just stand there in the darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's gonna come from there, I might stand a bit more to the right, so I don't pop up that much.
Yeah, I see Scooby moving in the background as well. That actually kind of works as well, honestly. And then, so once he reveals you, then maybe Scooby, if you can, because you can still trigger your. You have the glove, right? Because maybe if you trigger that, and then Pomic, if you just jump out of the way, basically, I'll basically just pan back to. Oh, actually, that would be the coolest. But let's see if we can kind of get that in a. Although maybe what I do is maybe we record this and try to get this right, and then I'll use that footage to do the outro. I'll put myself over the footage. Should we do that?
Yeah.
Because that's maybe safer. Because then as well, actually, after you jump away, if you can run around the back, basically, around the backside, and then come up behind Tonyson.
So
and then maybe both of you.
Run
so basically, roll away once the bomb hits. Just roll away to that side. And then maybe, because I'm not showing that side too much. Yeah, I'll be kind of like here.
So I just roll like
yeah,
this and
just kind of just disappear basically. And then if you go around the back, because I'll have the shot in front of the or like over the shoulder of Tonison, and then when you guys are kind of behind him, and then Tonison, you just maybe just hold position there, kind of still keep aiming like that, and then basically I will have the shot of you guys. I'll give it a few seconds basically before because we'll have the bomb, and it goes away, and then we'll hold on this for a few seconds, and then we turn around and show you guys behind him.
yeah.
Right?
And we can both can be there.
Yeah. And then Scoob, if you can run on the other side and get behind them as well. But by that point, Tonison will be kind of more by like at the edge of this building kind of thing. So you guys don't need to run too far there. And then if you have a silly emote you want to do, maybe one of you should do a bell. I feel that's a fitting thing. One of you should do a bell if you guys ever.
Yeah.
Like once I turn around, just hit the bell and then and then we're gonna end it there. And this is also we're turning into Machinima now. Machinima circa 2002. It's instead of red versus blue, it's hunters versus agents. Shall we do a trial run?
Yep. I'm just gonna put on.
So I'm kind of out of the
this
way
one out, so just
because I need to not show myself. Because I will see Tonison walking up to here and then trigger the bomb. Bomb jumps out. Scooby goes that way. Thingy. Oh, wait, that was the bomb, right? Oh, I was just kind of listing the things. And then, because that's not the take yet. And then yes, you can. Bomb runs over here. Scooby runs around the other way, and then we'll end up on that scene. And then you guys just do an emote, and then just hold that emote for a little bit because we'll hold that because I'll likely need longer than this scene is. So. It's a little tough to time. Let's go in the chat as well in the thing there. Let's basically actually give it like a second after the light is on Pomek, and then because it doesn't need to be like quick and like an action scene, it just. And then once you guys are behind it, just hold that emote or whatever emote you're doing.
Can both maybe do bell, or maybe one of us can maybe do.
Maybe the other one does call for help. Now that one would make you short, which like wouldn't work for the.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So maybe do the call for help. So it's the bell and then also the person behind them just calling them in. Let me get you on chat for a second. We're using the blares in my. Yeah. Oh, to like kind of like he stands up suddenly. The thing is, it's very sudden. This is the thing. And hey there, Dark Impala. Thank you for keeping that subscription going. As always, much appreciated.
I'm just like there, and when you plan to me, I'm just appear behind him.
Thing is,
be pain to time.
That would be like way too hard to time. I think because I also need the sounds to be from the game kind of, so we need to not have our audio through it.
And I need to run around, get behind him, and then
just call for help.
So who's gonna do the bell?
I think Scooby already had bell, so unless you were at it.
Okay. So I'm gonna put it in my quick pickup emotes. Is it apparel?
Should have been good. Yeah, this turned out into a full scene with. We need to credit at the end, just Screenwriters Guild. Otherwise, will come and kick us. After a second. Yeah.
trying to find.
Actually, as well, I should be in
Aligned.
photo
Where's the
mode
colorful?
and kind of
Yeah.
because yeah, it's actually yeah. We'll zoom
This-
out a little bit and then
This instead of this. So I'm gonna be
Yeah.
stand behind.
that should kind of work. Ready for yeah, that one exactly. Just because it's kind of silly, like it's like a suddenly. Yeah. So yeah, Tennyson's in here as well, right? So yeah, let's get ready for a yeah. If we don't get it in one, we'll do a few times. And also it doesn't need to be perfect. So I'll hit record and actually we'll hold for like a second or two and then we'll execute all the things. I need to not have my face in here, of course. So actually for this, I'm just going to take that away because I'm recording on OBS. Because I'll talk over this in the... Because I think doing both would be, you know, way too hard. Yeah. So I'm going to hit record and then 2 seconds later we'll start. So 3, 2, 1.
I didn't got any
yeah.
of the smoke bomb.
Yeah. Oh, it did not trigger on the first one? Actually, I
Nope.
need to.
I didn't see it at all.
Yeah. Try unequipping and re-equipping it, Scoos, actually. I had the kind of the similar thing that it would just do it once, only in the range. Also, Tonyson, if you can, so actually, if you toggle walk speed, if you toggle like backspace, how fast do you go then? Or was that already that?
I think the aim speed is always the same.
Okay, that kind of yeah, that speed is kind of fine there.
We can travel to safe house and restock.
Oh, out of grenades, I'm guessing, or
Yeah. It's complete travel grenades.
yeah, you can travel to the
Or
safe
maybe
house. And
if you get out of the, you can use like explosive sticky. If it would do enough to not kill you with the armor core and just break your armor. But yeah, that's after that we have to.
No, the
I think grenades are gonna
grenades
work
is
fine.
gonna
Yeah,
yeah,
the
skills.
scavenging skills.
All right, scavenge.
I just think that just you don't need to wait for the like the trigger from grenade. You just can detonate it yourself. But yeah, can't be perfect. I don't know if I'm standing far to the left, to the right side.
No, you're good.
I'm not.
Because yeah, you're still kind of in the shadow. Maybe we overdo it even a little bit. Actually, yeah, maybe we do it like this even. Like I'll start on your legs, not really revealing what you are. Or maybe I start on the mask, not revealing what you are. Or that reveals what you are. Maybe I'll start on the legs, and then I'll go to Tennyson, and then we start the scene kind of. But that's gonna be hard to time. I can just mute this and we can just talk.
Or
let's just do
or-
that. I'll just mute this and I'll just take the audio out of it and we just won't have the audio track behind it. And then I'll be talking anyway. So.
I mean, when I have the outfit on, that axe that is hanging from my back kind of reveals what I.
I mean, that's kind of the point. Like, it's still not completely, you know, it's still not completely clear until he puts a
Yeah.
flashlight on you. So let's just keep the comms open, and then so I'll give you a signal then, Tony-san, once you kind of start moving, and we'll just go through it, and then once Tony-san reveals Pamik, the fog, and then both of you kind of make your way back to behind Tony-san. I'll slowly pan back, giving you guys some time, and then do your emotes behind them, and then just hold the emotes and just hold that scene. And Tony-san, you just still keep aiming forward. Just don't turn around. You just don't want to know what's happening behind you. That's your motivation. Okay, let's give this a try. So 3, 2, 1, hitting record. Okay, panning away from Pamik. Okay, Tennyson, feel free to start walking. Okay, bomb out. That wasn't that clean, but yeah, get behind Tennyson and reveal. Actually, I don't hate how clunky that is. We'll do another take though, but yeah, and just hold that. And then maybe after a bit.
Why did it stop? Oh, it stops itself, the help request? I think it stops.
Yeah.
It's not endless, I guess.
Okay. It does work there. So. Okay, and we'll end it up there. Okay, let's give it another try.
Okay, so after he like waves with his left hand, like just one, it just stops after that. Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought it was infinite, but apparently not.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
Do you
the
have...
backpack is shining too much. Maybe. Like with the
assistance.
Maybe I take the memento off because I'm shining when I'm daring away.
Oh, that's
but,
okay.
Yeah, the smoke isn't. The smoke isn't.
Because what I can do as well, as long as it's close enough to the smoke explosion, I can just flashbang the screen or something. Like I can.
Or maybe I can dive that way, so I'm not that scene and I dove into the smoke.
Yeah, whichever way feels more natural.
I think it would be like good this
Whatever's
way because
easier for you.
I'm not in the scene. Like here, you see big part of this. Maybe while here it's just a little bit.
Yeah, but what I'm gonna do as well, actually, on that, I'll just put like a effect, just gray up the screen for a second, and you just disappear, kind of. Because the screen shake and the like a little bit of fog there, I can just make that so much more basically. As long as it's kind of close in timing is kind of the thing. Are we? So wait, was that Scooby resetting or something?
Yeah,
or?
I think I would dive to the right side because I don't need to run around too much.
Yeah.
So I have more time.
Because are you off cooldown, Scooby? Okay, so yeah, let's do a second take. And actually as well, I'm not going to zoom in as much as I did last time because I had to spend quite a bit of time zooming out. Yeah, so let's go. 3, 2, 1. Actually, wait. I want to have that axe actually be somewhat visible there. So let's do that. 3, 2, 1. Okay, feel free to work.
Didn't trigger.
Let's then reset. Wait, didn't it trigger? Or that was different smoke then?
Nope.
Okay.
I think before every try, just
yeah, you have to unequip, re-equip it. It seems when it's your own doing. But yeah, we're ready for another one, right? I can see the chat here. Okay. Oh, you did already? Well, let's try. And also as well, even if it doesn't trigger, maybe just roll away on the grenade explosion. And then do the thing. Because I can also always, like, make some shitty effect happen there.
Yeah.
Just to kind of also ran this out. Because how did I get in the photo mode with the controller there?
So we don't spend 2 hours trying to get this
Yeah,
scene.
this doesn't need to be perfect. It's just kind of for fun. Also, what I should do is kind of maybe I take this light beam and I just go, see what this couch is here or whatever this thing is. Actually, Tennyson, can you be a little bit more forward? You're kind of on that rail, maybe. Yeah, because here I can kind of come like this and kind of reveal the gun, kind of, and then you move forward. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, everybody's ready. Let's go for another take. So in 3, 2, 1, hitting record, giving it a few seconds there, and then I'm gonna lose my controller. Oh, okay. Sorry. Technical difficulties. My controller just disconnected. Likely it's running out of battery, but let's get it done quickly. Seems to connect again. So 3, 2, 1. Okay, second or two there. Okay, Tennyson, walk forward. Okay, and just roll right now. Slow reveal. That actually works there. I saw one of you guys running there. And yeah, just hold like that and keep doing the modes over and over again. If you can. And yeah, I just hold this for a little bit. I'm just going to make it way too long. There we go. And then, actually, I kind of like that one. I caught one of you guys just running, just there. But that kind of works, just as the, you know, almost one of those.
It sadly didn't trigger the.
That's
smoke
fine though,
bomb.
because yeah, we can just do that we'll do it in post. Because as long as it's basically just like that shake effect and stuff, we can make that work. Stitching or something. No, because I can't really like cut out of this. I'm just gonna find a smoke plugin and just mix it mix it in there, or just flashbang the screen basically. The only thing that kind of needs to happen there is just that there is like the moment, you know, you see the hunter gets away and comes up behind you, right? Let me bring my face back. Let me make sure to put that in here, and then because I'll just alter that and then put okay, so I need
Oh yeah,
this.
you don't need to like have it perfect. It doesn't need to be like exactly
just an outro.
like the hunters have it. You just smoke the whole screen and then just
Exactly.
turn it around out of nowhere. Yeah, I could have spammed the request, like the help emote more, but I was looking at the stream, like just to see if it really on.
Yeah.
I was just standing there for like 2 seconds and not doing anything.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, looking at the footage, that'll work. It's like because that explosion kind of happens, which gives a flash. I can just flashbang that, and then we come back in with me panning around, and then yeah. So you guys will see the finished result likely tomorrow. So. But yeah, thank you guys for indulging in some silliness there. Here we go, kill Dolores. Finally.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, you know what? Let's get Radigan right. We should.
All right, let's go back into this barrel.
But yeah, for those joining in and kind of wondering what was happening there, if you didn't catch us, we were just recording an outro. That one is one of the more intensive ones we've done. Usually I just pick an interesting scene and just shoot my or like just shoot it from just behind or something, or just find the cool scene. But there we kind of went into it.
This is how IKEA started in his movie career. Maybe a director later on.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically how in like 2000 Community, yeah. Oh, you're still back there. Oh no, I thought you had already set up. But need a second,
I
or
was just... No, I'm fine, I'm fine.
oh, was it before
I was
we
just...
pull you? Alright, investigate laptop. Yeah, let me catch up here.
Sorry.
There's the MacBook sad. It has too many problems. Hey there, Fungi. Coming in with them puns. Indeed, we'll fix it in post.
I have a pun like stuck in my head when I was looking for some in a different sim where Funky was. It was kind of like the similar one that we used before.
Which one? What is it?
What did Bison said to his baby Bison when he went to school? Bison.
But
I just spotted Dolores and her
I
patrol
did like that
over
one that I found while looking for that as well when we raided Funky. Was just like, because I do like that one, which is just what is a bad pun? Punishment.
Yeah.
And yeah, for those that have never seen it before, the last mask everybody's looking for is right here. Which you can just grab it. It also comes with that knife that is part of the mask, so it kind of hurts when you put it on, but it is Radigan killing hunters. Hunter mask there.
Do we have a like a white mask?
Oh yeah, we have that like full white mask. I don't remember what it's called, but
Yeah, if I had like that one and you would just show that like for a second, like yeah, we got the hunter at the in the end. There's his mask.
yeah.
Yeah, investing too much into it.
Yeah, we're. I mean, as long as we haven't like, as long as we aren't.
Spent any money?
Yeah, well, you know, hired a lady to do makeup. I feel it's fine.
here.
Yeah, good thing is we like using the
Listen.
with the mask. You don't need any makeup.
Cleaners, division,
Yeah.
whoever the hell is
It's
in
one
our
way
way,
to solve it.
empty a fucking mag in their head. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Get ready, Agent. Because they look ready for you. Expect contact right inside the old park.
Expect that. Okay, so let's finish up this mission. Even though we just came here just to get the scenes there. Might as well get a completion in. Because then as well, afterwards, that'll be it for me. Can't make it too late this evening. And tomorrow, I won't be able to stream in the afternoon, but also I'll stitch together the Umbra build showcase and also that outro and stuff. And we'll have that go up in the evening, and then in the or at like 6 in the evening. It's become my schedule. And then we'll have. I'll be back for stream on the evening. The Saturday though, I'll be away for the entire day. My hive bugged out. That's weird. Because I was half hived there. But then my hive isn't on cooldown. Also, I wasn't disrupted at the time. At least I didn't think I was.
Vital signs critical.
Oh, I got exotic. What's the fake fire? spec component.
This afternoon, I did like in one mission was Grand Washington. I had 3 exotic drops. It was target loot AR, and I had 3. And not even one from the boss even, so just all targeted drops. That was impressive.
I had almost similar countdown run when I had ARs. There's just so many ARs for exotics.
Look at this lead as well. Because this was actually the original place I wanted to go for the intro, but I totally forgot about the scary house. Also, actually, I don't think, because this doesn't look right for neutral lighting. So I did turn it on, right? Oh, apparently. I thought I had neutral on. Should have actually noticed that here. Yeah, that's fine though. It does, because also if the thing is way too dark. If it's way too dark looking, that just doesn't look right either. Yeah, sorry, I'm just if somebody can open the thing already. Chance I'll catch up. Just messing with my setting. Try keeping it shot and bomb first aid. Nah, didn't see it all there.
Yeah, to be fair, I was.
Also, it doesn't
looking at
need
the
to be.
stream while I
Yeah,
was standing there,
it's just for
and I didn't even
outro,
notice
yeah.
that you walked by.
Yeah. Honestly, it having a little bit of jankiness, I think is part of the charm.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be perfect. Every time.
Well, the thing is, it either needs to be, you know, kind of like, hey, we're just some idiots having fun, which that was kind of, or it needs to be perfect. Like, idiots actually trying is kind of cringe. When people are actually trying and failing, that's more of an issue.
Thanks, but we're done here.
But that one kind of, yeah, that'll come out looking like just some silliness, which, yeah, is exactly the vibe
I've got
I
eyes
do
on
want there.
Dolores and the surviving members of her unit by the collapsed coaster.
I was thinking it would be, but yeah, he was discovering me. But I could have maybe when he looked at me, could do like the surrender thing when I put my hands up.
Yeah.
And then just smoke bomb. I'm out of the picture. Hey, look behind.
Actually, that would have worked. But yeah, that would be, yeah. Kind of works like that.
Yeah, but that's not what stalker hunters do. They run away.
Exactly. Yeah.
I already know what my dream is gonna be about. Just being a hunter and doing all this shit.
Agent down.
One of the things we could actually maybe even do for a future one is
Enemy on the flank!
but I lost it there. I had an idea there, but I lost it. What was it? Oh yeah, Hunter, and then you just have him shoot at you. And then you just share an item. You know, as if you've dropped the mask.
Like you died. Oh yeah.
Come on, Dolores.
You can get like a blue gear or something.
Yeah, or I could just put on colorblind mode and like one of them kind of looks bluish.
Failed the mission.
If you share a gear set item.
Junior, that son of a bitch. Not only did he manipulate the Black Tusk, he suckered us too. At least we have Chernenko and can find out what he knows. It's pretty clear that Keener is planning
We
something
got ourselves
with Chernenko's intel,
our
hopefully we can stop whatever Keener is
Dolores down.
planning. Good job, Agent.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm just thinking why she was saying we finally have Chernenko when in Division 1 they said we don't need him. At least not now.
Safe area detected.
Like now we need him. Okay.
Looking for something?
That should totally be an intro for a different one as well. Just 4 people wearing, because there's actually, well, I don't know, there are 3 hunter suits, right? There's the red one, there's the B one, and then there's the black
and
one.
then yeah, I just have I don't have the red one because you would need to buy that one, and I didn't spend any money.
No, but we should, that should be maybe one of the intros, is just that, and then 3 hunters at the Keener cell.
That could work.
Yeah, just,
Nice
hello,
doing business
Mr.
with
Keener.
you.
Can you even put like a camera through? I think
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can.
You can go through the top of the bars. There's a gap. But yeah,
And now it
that's
would
for
work
some.
because he's
Like, yeah.
yeah, when he's
Future
lying
thing.
on the bed, just standing behind him. But that wouldn't work because you don't see the faces. So maybe when he's standing, and his back is like.
There's in different
fully
animations every
in.
time you load in here. So yeah. It's also interesting that he does like a thumbs up when you do an emote near. Which is like, why did they add
Yeah.
that to Keener? As if Keener would do that. Not my Keener. And yeah, let's actually prep all the gear here. But also, well, first jump off here and the voice. But yeah, thanks, guys, for helping out there and and also helping out with some silly footage there and the legendary.
GG's.
Yeah, GG's all around.
Was
And I'll likely catch you guys around, right?
Yeah. Most likely tomorrow, I guess.
But yeah, thanks very much for the help there. But I'm gonna go sign off here and stuff. I'll jump off of here before we end up hanging around for hours.
Spending too much time.
But I'll catch you guys around. Have a good night.
You too.
Agent
Later.
has left your group.
Drop there. And I'll say I'll drop there.
You have left the group.
And thus we have recorded ourselves an Umbra build showcase. I'm happy that in none of it, one of the things I wanted to do, and I might actually still do it as maybe even an extra outro there, because one of the silliness that we keep doing is just instead of going Umbra, we go Umbra. I'm Scottish lad, and it's Umbra. But also I thought that would maybe a little bit too cringe for like a serious thing like that. But I might just do that as an extra outro at the end of just umbraing it up. Let me see if I missed anything else. Longest time ever. Yeah, what was our time in that mission actually? I mean, I think like an hour or something right now. Although, yeah, most of it wasn't spent doing the actual mission, so. So we're to planning and the shenanigans in the outro segment. So we're at real red versus blue early machinima vibes. Yeah, it was kind of that vibe there of just doing machinima. Actually, all the way back then, I did used to like try a little bit with machinima stuff, but it was kind of that old vibe. But yeah, those are always fun. Like especially if you just have some buddies, just making some stuff together is just always fun. Especially if you're with people that you enjoy spending time with. But yeah, we're gonna go raiding on the Twitch end as we always do, just to round it out here. I'm gonna go find somebody to raid. Let's see who is available for us to raid. Let's probably go with, I don't specifically remember this person much. Oh, yeah. Some bad techno going on. Let's maybe go with, we'll just go with Little Huge, as we always do. Or, well, not always do, but often do. As we'll send everybody over there. I'll be back tomorrow in the evening on the YouTubes. What we recorded today will go up as a build showcase in full. And then in the evening, I'll be around. I might start maybe an hour earlier at best, but yeah, I definitely won't be able to stream in the afternoon, nor will I be able to start like way earlier or anything, because I need to do a bunch of work stuffs. And then yeah, Saturday, I'll be away the whole day. Sunday, the way that it looks now is I might be able to be back early enough to do an evening stream, but also I might be dead after working 2 12-hour days. We'll see kind of how that goes. Yeah, if we can, I'll be there and we'll grind out some more. I need to still work a little bit on the build collection. Just we need to do the folders still, and we need to add in that red factor, or the refactor in red function to the build collection. I also have an idea of one build that I want to swap out for something else, and we'll do both of those. And then we need to do the folders still, and that shouldn't be too much work though. But that's for in the future, and worst case, it's going to be next week, because we need to do that, and we need to do the weapons on build spreadsheets on the burst and sustain tables folder. So that's basically the only things that really need to get done, and then we can just do random stuff. So yeah, for now, enjoy Little Huge, who's doing an incursion. We'll send everybody over there. I'll be back tomorrow, and as always, have a good night.